And I do apologize if the recording sounds a little bit weird. I'm trying out my normally work headphones to see if I want to buy another pair to use at home, so I don't have my same normal feedback loop that I normally use. Anyway, anybody got any more fun stories, bits, anecdotes, or otherwise before we begin? Great, we're off to the races then. Y'all took too long.
I've just been driving so much today. I didn't just drive back from Austin. I drove to Austin this morning, hung out with my friend who was visiting from Atlanta for like 3 or 4 hours, and then drove back from Austin.
So
it's
that was
been
just your entire day.
Yep, yeah, no, for sure.
Your entire Sunday for
specifically
3
this.
hours. Oh my god.
Absolutely.
That is just, oh god. I like, my whole thing is like, I don't like driving to Tampa because it takes like 45 minutes across a bridge. I could not imagine driving to Orlando to go hang out with somebody.
I live in Rhode Island, so anything further than like 20 minutes away is a day trip.
Yeah.
That's about how I treat it too. Like, if I'm leaving my immediate vicinity, I'm committing. That's the whole day.
Yep, like nope, can't do anything else today.
Yeah.
Too much driving.
Well, also, if it's more than 20 minutes away, it's another state anyway, so.
It's especially bad right now because we had a big important bridge breakdown. So, and now it is a nightmare trying to cross Providence, and I need to cross Providence to go anywhere. It's awful.
Why do they call it Rhode Island? It's not an island.
Nor is it in roads.
I assume it does, in fact, have... Well... I did say I'm assuming, yeah.
Well, it was originally called the Colony of Rhode Island and Providence Plantations, but they took out the Providence Plantations part.
Yeah.
And the colony.
Yeah.
Is there a titular Rhode Island? Or...
there is no actual Rhode Island, but we do have several islands.
I mean, Florida has several islands, but we don't call it Florida Island.
You call them the Keys.
Exactly.
I don't know what they open, though.
Damn it, you beat me to it, you fucker. Oh.
But basically, it's because one of the explorers who discovered Rhode Island originally called it Red Island because some of the coastline, and then it just kind of transformed to Rhode Island.
Is the coastline red?
Not particularly, not the coastline that I've seen. That's apparently where it comes from.
I mean, if he showed up in the fall and all the trees' leaves were changed.
Some asshole just shows up. I'm calling this Red Island, but sir, it's not red nor an island. Fuck you! I got dibs.
What?
Having lived in Connecticut my entire life, I had someone when I was I was out of state for a little bit. Someone's like, "Oh, I'm from Rhode Island. You're from Connecticut? I've heard it's lovely there." I'm like, "Bruh, it's the same place. We live next door to you." That's like going to your neighbor's house around the corner, 2 blocks down or whatever, and just be like, "Oh wow, you live here? This is so much nicer."
But you don't understand. Anywhere, Rhode Island is like, it is a long journey getting anywhere else if you're from Rhode Island. Connecticut is like a land away.
But not a bridge because it's not an island. And this is why I learned that valuable lesson that you can name anything because humans are fucking stupid.
Pretty much.
God, some asshole 500 years ago or something calls a location Red Island when it is neither red nor an island, and we're just still fine with that.
Why do I feel like this is getting worked into your backstory for your next campaign?
Where are we heading
It might
to?
not-
We're heading to Fortune's Island, but sir, it's not an island or fortunate. In fact, it's like, I mean, I get like the story behind like Iceland. Some asshole was like,
Right.
"Oh, this place is nice. Let's name it Iceland, so no one wants to come here." But that place is a shithole. Let's name it Greenland, so everyone goes there. Like that at least makes sense. This dude just named it Red Island. What a dick. Oh. Oh, I laughed too hard. Now my head hurts. Let me get some aspirin and we'll party.
All right. I'm still pregnant.
Anybody else want to do the ibuprofen maracas with me?
Oh, I don't have mine within reach.
Also, a lot of people look at me weird. Am I the only person who takes pills without water?
Oh, I do.
Okay.
I do if I need to. I don't like to, but
Depends on the pill.
I could never.
I've got a friend who can't swallow pills unless they like have been cut into half.
So they just
is
can't
the friend
take...
a dog?
Nope.
You just have to,
It
you
needs
just
to
have
be in a little treat.
to put them in some peanut butter.
Yeah.
Friend is a 32-year-old woman.
Could still be a dog.
It's a
That's
really
not.
Why under our voice chat does it say option Q, deglove Kristof?
Ugh.
I didn't put that there. I didn't know that was a thing you could do. What is going on?
I'm sorry, that was me.
I didn't know you could do that.
If you click slightly just below where it says game time voice, you can set status.
Uh-oh.
I like to bet. I like to.
I can't handle hand trauma. Oh God.
Oh.
Ugh.
I hate the word deglove.
Ugh.
It's stressful.
Just
I hate
remember.
Before, but deglove is.
Concept. Oh God.
Just
Technically,
remember,
degloving can apply to any part of the body and not just the hands. Just throw that out there.
That doesn't help me.
Just
Yeah.
remember, very important. This one wasn't my fault at all. I just posted a funny image of a sheep, and I assumed that you guys were implying you wanted to shave Kristof. The rest is on you.
Oh, this is. I will fully take responsibility for this, and I do apologize, Ronnie, for the images that are now in your head. But I don't apologize for having done this.
Why are you taking responsibility? The chat says it was Adarsh's fault.
I don't remember that.
I was the one. I was the one who specifically brought up the concept. He mentioned shaving him or skinning him. I was the one who brought up the other concept.
Okay, fair enough. I can't believe I'm innocent in this, though. Like, I feel like that should be my fault somehow, but all I did was
You're
post a
not
funny
innocent.
picture of sheep.
You've corrupted us. This is all your fault.
Whatever, go drive for 6 hours to get to the nearest city and back.
I've been holding back.
I'll do
I have
it.
not been
Don't
corrupted by
care.
Robert.
One time I had someone join a game while they were driving back, and they had, like, their windows down. It was very upsetting.
Yeah.
But I
was
digress.
concerned if I couldn't get back, but luckily I didn't have to.
As the days in Fortuny Soul grow ever longer and more frustrating, strange turns and uncomfortable realities at every single intersection, the Soldiers of the Blue, a new military garrison within Fortuny Soul, a massive mess with Deal coming back and finding Strieg. And then, if things weren't bad enough, some of Mira's most trusted friends now missing. Now, who knows what's going on? And more than that, because of course things can't stay simple, Frey finding a very strange kindred spirit? Who could say? Who could honestly say? With a former pirate by the name of Asher Wallace, and a strange conversation therein. But with tensions rising and Strieg finally finding his replacement, his Doppelstrieg, it seemed that was the most pressing matter, that and what's going to happen with Mr. Kristof and Deal. How could that end? Is there something that can even be done? Where do you take it? What is the solution? These questions and more posed as the evening draws late at the Guaranteed Residence. And so I ask unto you all, Rowan, Strieg, Frey, and Garrett, still sitting there at that table where you have concocted many a plan in short time. What are you guys doing?
I guess it's planning time. We're all here now. I have ideas, but you know, if anybody wants to go first, I don't want to.
The ways that I have ideas?
I don't want to steamroll people. I
So
feel like if I say an idea, that will become the default. If somebody else wants to say something first, my last idea wasn't great.
I don't remember if I told anyone that I sent off the letters. I remember obviously having told Rohan over the earring, but I don't remember if Garrett would have technically told anyone else. I don't think we went over that.
I don't think you did.
So at that point, okay, so yeah, Garrett will let everyone know that while I was out walking around the other day, or is it still the same day? Is it still the same day?
Yeah, this is that evening. Like, it's
day.
been like 4 or 5 hours since you guys split up.
Okay, so while I was out earlier this morning, I sent off a bunch of letters. Frey, I think you had a good point about how having some political capital is part of having a way out of this, and I happen to, through dint of basically having been with the military and through certain connections in Vicania with my wife, I happen to know a variety of individuals of political clout, and be on good terms with them, and not just like, oh hey, that guy, I vaguely know him, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not like it's the guy you go and you get your barber every day and you sit next to each other and you just don't talk. It's like I actually know them. So I've sent off some letters. Nothing crazy in depth, basically saying like what's going on or anything, but just enough where I'm sure if Deal is really paying as close attention to us as they have been, they've either looked at the letters or have looked at where the letters are going to, and there's just enough to have some name recognition, essentially, that like I am in contact with these individuals, and if they actually read the letters, it would show that I have semi-regular contact, and this isn't like a one-off thing.
Mm-hmm.
So
yes, that sort of tie is certainly be useful. I also have more recently found an inn with the Lord Bright Laurent, and well, he seems to he manages the shipyard, so it seems if we need a quick way out, I might be able to get our hands on a ship.
Okay, that's definitely useful.
I do think, however we handle this, we need to get the Guarantees out of town, at least for a little bit. They know we're here. They know we're using this as a base of operations, and they already took a shot at you, Frey. So I don't want to put them in the crosshairs as well. I don't want them to be able to use them as leverage against us.
I mean, I'll defer to others, but I kind of think that's exactly why we shouldn't let them leave or make them leave, because here we can protect them, I think. Even if we get them out of town, I feel like they'll still know where they're going, and we won't be able to do anything about it either.
Well, if Frey has an inroad with the guy who's in charge of the docks, we could literally make them invisible, put them onto a ship, just be like, hey, we're going down to this ship to do whatever. They're following along behind us invisible. Even if we're followed, they're not going to see them. The ship sails away. Invisibility fails after X amount of time, and they are, we made that deal ahead of time. Maybe we talked to the captain and let him know that, hey, we're bringing some people on per the boss guy here, and he said it's okay, and you're gonna take them down to you're gonna take them down to like Cape Stolt, and they're gonna hang out there, and we'll come back for them or something, or they can come back in a week or whatever.
I don't know, what do you guys think?
Well, I did have a crossbow bolt aimed at me, but if I recall, and he looks over at Streak for confirmation, but that wasn't Deal, but your double, wasn't it? Acting on his own?
Yeah, that he's kind of going off on his own a little bit. But I'm not sure where he would have gotten iron bolts.
Is that not something you would have gotten from your work?
Fuck no. Shit's expensive. Especially if he's on his own. No.
I wonder if he was sent to kill someone else that would warrant an iron bolt, and then he just used it on us. I don't know.
Maybe there's another benefactor.
Oh shit, that's a good point. I mean,
there's
Streak, you
important
talked to him.
military people in town with a whole lot of money.
Yeah. You talked to him. Did you get the sense that he, I don't know, had a plan, or that he, like, was strategic or smart or anything? Or, I don't know, what was the vibe?
Probably about like me, but somehow worse.
Okay. Worse in what way? Like morally, or like smarts wise?
No, more like crazy.
Okay.
He seemed very desperate.
Unstable.
Yeah, that. I don't think he knows. I mean, I think he came in with the plan to kill me, and then he didn't kill me, and now he probably might not know what the plan is, because the plan was to kill me, and that didn't happen.
Well, I understand why he'd want to kill you. I guess I understand why he'd want to kill Frey, in that if he's trying to, like, exact revenge on you or make you feel bad, then, he would attack the people around you. But I guess I can't think of why, if that wasn't because of you, I can't think of why somebody else might hire him to kill Frey. So
Ray, Does Deal have ties to people in Alistair? Or your double?
I don't know, maybe. Who knows where he came from?
I try to very much avoid anybody wanting me dead, but if there was anybody, it would be from there.
Mm. Yeah, that's fair. You think he can be reasoned with, Strieg?
I mean, I talked to him enough to get him to not shoot me when he definitely could have and probably should have.
Yeah.
So maybe?
I guess the question is, if we talk to him and he says he's not going to shoot us, will we believe him? Because if not,
Oh,
then,
no.
it doesn't really matter talking to him doesn't really help, I guess, because if anything that he says is still going to make us think he's trying to kill us, then why listen to what he's saying? But I don't know. It's up to you.
I mean,
Using your name and your face, so
apparently not his choice. Kinda got forced into it, apparently.
mhm.
I mean, I think he sounded like he just wanted to get out. So I think if we can give him an out, he would go for it.
Yeah, I guess same logic as with Kristof. If we give him an incentive, then he won't have a reason to kill us. Which I think is reasonable. Do we know how we can get in touch with him or talk to him?
Got a friend looking for him. She's gonna get in touch. I'll probably go find her again at some point.
Okay.
So,
mhm.
it seems like Kristof is the linchpin in all of this.
Yeah.
It seems like other people want to get out of this, and not you weren't the only one who wanted to get out of this, Striga, basically. That your replacement wants to get out. Your friend may or may not want to get out, who's helping you look for him. But even if we get them out, however we do it, we turn them invisible, we just smuggle them out, we hold Kristof at knife point and say they're leaving. The moment we leave, Kristof is back in control, and as you've said, when people try to leave, they send you or they send your replacement after them.
But he wouldn't have me or my replacement.
But he'd have your replacement's replacement. I mean, they may not be as good as you, they may make a mess of it, but there isn't, it's not that hard to find someone who's willing to kill for money.
What I've been thinking is that Kristof has these resources, the ability to just pick someone up off the street and train them as an assassin indefinitely or whatever, because he's with Deal, and he gets to say who to point the arrows at because Deal trusts him. If we could separate him from Deal, and I mean that's what Streak said too, is that the reason not to kill him is that Deal will come down on us. If we could separate him from Deal, then he's just some guy, I mean, we don't even have to kill him, I don't think, at that point. He just won't have the ear of Deal, he won't have the resources to get someone else to come after us, and we haven't signed anything. I understand that Kristof obviously considers us having made a deal with him, but I don't know, why would Deal enforce a agreement that Kristof made with us if Kristof isn't part of Deal and we say that we didn't make the agreement? Kind of feels like if we just ruin his reputation enough, then maybe we can just walk away and it kind of falls in his lap instead. Although I don't know how to do that, but
Well, if we want to plant a wedge between him and Deal, set him up to look like a traitor. Well, we need to know more about Deal as a whole. Who else is involved? What exactly is Kristof's role or position in its hierarchy? Who is above him? Who is his peer?
Yeah.
Right, how far into Deal is he? Is he like someone that they can say, "Oh no, we don't have any contacts with him," and wash our hands of him? You know, as like a deniable asset, or is he,
Is he
on the
Deal?
board or something? Or yeah, is he Deal like Ray / Ronnie just said?
That was Frey.
That was Ray. Okay.
That was Frey.
I have no idea. It was just always him.
You know anybody who might know?
I can ask my friend, but I don't know. I think I was kind of higher up than her, so I would probably know more, and even I don't know much, but I'm also not very smart, so I don't know.
But does Deal have a legitimate portion aside from just the assassinating people?
I mean, I think they do money stuff, I think.
Yeah. I mean, they have like an office in the Central Plaza. Feels like they probably don't just say like, come get your assassinations here, 5 silver pieces a pop or whatever.
Come get your assassinations here.
I wrote down somewhere they were a loan company. Did I hear that somewhere, or did I make that up?
Yeah, that definitely sounds right. That
Okay.
sounds
My
like something you would have
understanding
heard.
they did like business loans.
Yeah, they're an investment firm, essentially, is how you would have heard
Okay.
it. Yeah, by a loan
Okay.
company, yeah.
So would. All right, so here's the deal. In 2024, I can go online and find like the major corporate structure of a company.
Yeah.
Is that something that any random person would be able to walk into City Hall and find in Fortuna Soul? You know, like is that something that Garrett would know
Probably
that he could
not.
find, or
Like, based on your interactions, you probably wouldn't be able to get, like, a full infrastructure, but based on what you've seen, Deal does seem to be, like, a legitimate, like, investment firm type loan company. Like, they're essentially a bank. They're not, like, a huge one by any means, but they seem to be a legitimate bank or loan firm, so...
Drieg, when you were here, I guess 2 questions. One, when you spoke with Kristof, where did you meet him? Just at his house?
Like when I worked for him?
Yeah, when he was like assigning you a job or whatever.
Yes.
Okay. And 2, I mean, I feel like maybe you wouldn't have had eyes on this, but have you ever seen him like walk into the Central Plaza Deal office and like, I don't know, like, is he welcome there, or is it like, hey, you're not supposed to associate with us, you're like the assassin guy or whatever,
Robert?
So... Strieg definitely, like, Strieg himself definitely never interacted with Deal as a company. It was always through, Kristof. But beyond that, it would be, like, he has definitely spoken with people in Deal and probably been to the company before. Like, you've probably seen him, like, go there as a legitimate businessman.
Okay.
Like, he does
Oh,
seem
there
to
is
be...
like the Central Plaza place.
Yeah, and I mean, the guarantees would back that up, that, like, yeah, they would know that, like, he's a big wig in Deal. Like, he's some sort of major position within the company.
Okay. Well, it sounds like we can't find out that information, but Kristof can walk in and look up anything he wants. And we can be Kristof. So,
Son of a bitch! I knew it was coming.
Krieg looks like he's doing like really complex mental math. He's like pointing and counting fingers.
I honestly, what I would suggest is that we all disguise ourselves as Kristof and scatter and go find out as much information as we can. We talk to, whoever. Go talk to like any contacts that Street can remember. We go talk to any other assassins or whatever that we know, and then we like reconvene. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's dumb. It does sound like Kristof probably wasn't like walking into bars like, "Hey, fellow assassin" or whatever. So, But I do think the central deal office is probably, that seems like a good way to get that information at least. Find out what the corporate structure is and figure out like how close to the top Kristof is, and yeah, I don't know, just how feasible it is to just split him off from the company and take him out that way. Does that sound reasonable?
If he's well known and he's talking to these people, I mean, how good are we going to be able to at voice? Like, can your disguise thing do the voice?
Yes, it's everything. You will be him.
Do we know his mannerisms?
I mean, you will have his mannerisms. I mean, I guess I don't know if there's like, like behavioral stuff, like not specifically like physical habits or whatever, but if there's like, he gets coffee every morning at blank or whatever, like, I don't know about that stuff, but here, I am gonna
it does specify specific people may be impersonated perfectly by the spell if the caster has met them before.
Yes.
So, like, if he's got a tendency to, like, steeple his fingers or, like, drum them or whatever, I'll just magically start doing that.
Your illusion would innately be picking up the mannerisms, yeah.
That is cool.
Damn.
Yeah. Kristof showed his hand by coming to talk to us, so...
He showed his hand by saying hello.
Yes.
Oh.
How many people can you cast it on?
3 people with 1 cast, so...
I don't think Frey met him during that. I think he was in another room at the time when he came to visit.
As long as I've met him, you'll be perfect.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's a lot. Okay.
Yeah. Specific people may be impersonated perfectly by the spell if the caster has met them before. So...
And it includes mannerisms, behavior, vocal tics.
It says maybe impersonated perfectly.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
will say like I don't like we wouldn't have like knowledge of his backstory or anything. Like it would be like if somebody is like, oh yeah, you're Kristof, name 5 songs by Kristof or whatever, like then we're fucked. But like
what's your
I don't
favorite
know why
Beyonce song then?
Yeah, exactly. Like, but I don't know why they would do that. I mean, especially because ideally we talk to as few people as possible. We go in and look at the books and come back,
I'm sorry. It lasts until dispelled or ended?
Yeah.
You all just get to be Kristof forever?
Yeah.
God spells in this system are stupid.
Wait, I actually do want a ruling on something. I don't know if I want to do it right now, but just like to know if I can cast True Disguise on 3 people with 1 cast. There's 5 of us, right? Can I cast True Disguise and then cast another True Disguise on myself over that and then just drop the second cast to be the first person? Like, does that make sense, like, the question?
Yeah, like, essentially having 2 disguises on where you could drop one and have the other.
Yeah.
I
would assume that it would have to be in that order. Like, it would be whatever I put on first would have to go down, I think, to show myself as the first one. But hypothetically, like, that is my physicality when I put on the second.
Yeah, I don't see why not. It's a really niche question, but I'd allow it.
Yeah,
Also, unlike invisibility, it doesn't say that it ends when anyone. So it's not like it ends for everyone.
I think maybe we ruled that it did, Robert, if that's correct. I think maybe that came up when we were doing...
If you dispelled it, for one, it would dispel for all, but I'm gonna rule that the stability would be for each person affected.
Okay, cool.
Because it's still a single spell slot, so if you turned it off for yourself, it would turn off for everyone else, but like...
Yeah.
You know, if somebody was like, you look weird... I don't even think Beyonce did a cover of Back in Black by AC/DC. I can't name a Beyonce song, I'm sorry.
I do love the idea that, like, as soon as someone gets suspicious of one Kristof, the second one comes in and is like, hey, you imposter, get out of here. Anyway, like I was saying. And we just cycle through 6 people. The reason I was asking about the like double disguise thing is because me and a friend were brainstorming like before last session, and we were saying that we could like frame Kristof or Toussaint or something by going in like one disguise and then like stealing money or whatever, and then walking out and then dropping the disguise, and it's actually like Toussaint or whatever, you know? And then just like, and then after we're actually out of view of whoever is spying on us, then we can go back to normal. But anyway, I don't think we should do that, but it does have some practical purposes, I think. But anyway.
I do think that after like the third Kristof comes in and is like, hey, you're not the real Kristof, you're an imposter, they just kind of bundle everyone out. Like, just all of you get out. We don't trust any of you anymore. Sorry, Kristof. Even if you show up to the real Kristof shows up, you're just not allowed in.
I mean, that is kind of the point, though, isn't it?
Could you imagine if he shows up here like, look, you're the 5th Kristof we've had here today. You need to leave.
I do think if one of us is going to go in, it should probably be Frey. Because Frey is the only one who can probably sweet talk his way out in a bad situation if that happens. Yeah.
Does Frey speak corporate?
Frey can speak corporate, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Frey can speak anything.
Because he's got this whole thing about like corporate double speak for everything he says.
Yeah, closing accounts and whatnot.
So I guess I'm only worried, what if the real one shows up? Maybe one of us should stay back and keep an eye on him?
Yeah. Seems reasonable. I guess we send somebody off after we have eyes on original Kristof. And then... Because I don't think that person can have an earring on. I feel like that's probably suspicious. Unless Kristof wears an earring. I assume he does not.
You didn't see him wearing any.
Okay.
Wouldn't the earring be covered by the disguise?
I don't know.
Yeah, it would.
It would? Okay, so like I could have it on and still it would be disguised.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I mean,
okay,
we can
yeah.
just go sit in the bushes behind his house again.
And in case it comes up, your true illusions do have 2 stability points.
Cool. Perfect. That works for me.
So
I guess Streak, if you're sitting in the bushes behind his house, we probably don't make you Kristof. That seems like a real mindfuck to be like.
Can you imagine he looks out his window and he sees himself looking back at him?
Yeah.
But not like a reflection? You'd have to like mirror him to be like, I'm just a reflection.
Yeah.
I it would be really good revenge for making another me, but no.
I mean, I could do it if you want. It just seems like maybe not a good idea.
No, I'm good. I'm really good. I'm
cool.
Good.
Yeah, do we want to do this now? Or like, it's like, is it the afternoon, evening, night?
It's night right now.
It was sunset.
Okay.
I mean, are all 3 of you just gonna walk into the same building and do the same thing?
No, one person goes in, I think, yeah.
And what are the other...
I mean, sitting in the bushes with you, I don't know. we don't necessarily need to all be disguised. Like, that was the thing I threw out, but I think I think the part
maybe-
that holds up is one person going in as Kristof.
Now, something else I should note, it doesn't have to be the same disguise on everyone.
Yes, yeah. I think when we were trying to track down where Cassie had gone when Viserion took her, we all went under, or at least two of us went under disguise as different officers and went to talk to whatever his face was. So, yeah.
Also important to know, it does say willing creature, so... You know, Henrietta is... You could disguise her as something that's got 4 legs and that big. You could disguise her as like a llama or something. I don't know how that helps you, I'm sorry.
No, I
she
do
would be
love
so fuzzy.
I do love the idea that we disguise her as Kristof and she just mimics him perfectly. Starts speaking as Kristof.
It's a horrifying 4-legged giant, like, amalgamation
Absolutely.
of Kristof.
100%.
Centaur stuff.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I mean, it feels like, so if I'm understanding correctly, the plan is we disguise one person as Kristof, and then somebody else goes and keeps an eye on Kristof, keeps watch, and relays back to them if Kristof is leaving or whatever, and then otherwise that person just walks in and talks to as few people as possible and tries to find out as much information as they can, but specifically like corporate structure and like where Kristof sits in relation to that. And what else? Was there anything else?
Maybe just the status of the accounts.
Yeah, and
that
also
need to be
probably
closed, quote unquote.
Yeah, and also if you can, maybe the name of Doppelstrieg. Yeah, but. And I guess maybe just like in general, how many assassins are there? I guess, Streeg, do you have any idea how many there are? Is it like just you 3, or like do you think there are like dozens or hundreds?
There's a few of us.
Okay.
I don't think he's hurting for people to kill people.
Great.
Do you think those would be records that would even be at their main office? Maybe if he handles the hiring, maybe he keeps them on his property.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
Oh,
I guess at least the corporate
I'm gonna have to
structure,
break in, aren't I?
let's hold off on that until after we get as much from the office as we can, so that we don't have to.
Oh, thank God.
Because we don't have a good disguise that will get us into Kristoff's house without him being like, "What are you doing here?" I mean, like,
thank God.
so I think that's maybe a last plan after the office thing, probably. Right?
What are the
I'm
what are the chances that they have magic dispelling wards when you walk into Deal's offices? I don't know much about magic. Is that like something that would be expensive to set up? It obviously wouldn't be in like the waiting area, but like when you get into the more secure section of their offices.
That's a good question. Would I have any idea, like, how common that? One thing I will say is that when we were at the prison in, whatever, I guess it was Alatir? Yeah. They did have a ward that specifically, it didn't clear existing disguises, but it prevented me from casting any new spells. So it seems like maybe that's the standard, but that was also like, I think, a fairly small prison. Like, it was just the place that Cassie ended up. So, yeah, I guess, Robert, would I have any idea if that's like a thing that is common or?
Generally,
like,
oh my god, it's back.
Yep, the beast.
Oh
back.
no, I forgot to get rid of it. God damn it. I'll do it as soon as we go on break.
Rip
Sorry.
your fire alarm out.
Yeah,
I swear it's been quiet for the whole week.
yeah.
And
No,
it
we
just
didn't hear it last week at all. I don't think.
I know.
It's so back. Anyway, so generally, like, something that automatically dispels is not, because, you know, sometimes people with magical things do want to get by. Generally, security is going to be things that you had encountered, like the shackles that make you unable to cast spells or do anything arcane, or some sort of item that can detect if something arcane is around it.
Okay.
Those are generally, especially the detection is probably the most common thing.
Okay.
Does that
I
make
guess maybe
sense?
we need Yeah, I guess we maybe need an explanation for why something arcane is showing up if there's that thing, but doesn't seem
Well,
like.
clearly,
Mhm.
a man of my influence would be foolish going anywhere without some magical protections. Why would you
Yeah,
even question something like that?
absolutely.
Frey does in his best Kristof impersonation.
Wow, you don't even need the disguise. That was great. We just like push you out the door, like, go on.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, okay, that seems reasonable, and I feel it seems like unlikely that there will be any other wards against magic outside of that we can't handle, or like that will get rid of the disguise. So yeah.
all right. So is it time to disguise it up?
Yeah, are we doing this now? I mean, it
should
feels
we
like
wait
now
until
is.
the morning?
I feel like
Normal
maybe it's better
business
at night.
hours?
I feel like maybe it's better at night because there's probably less people in the office.
You know what they say, disguise the limit.
There's probably less people in the office, and also Kristof is probably at home. I feel like it would be worse if we do it when Kristof is out and about, and we just have to keep track of him the whole time. And I don't know, it
Is
feels like
Chris-
there's more. Sorry.
Is
All right,
Kristof
I
at
guess-
home? Has anybody checked that?
Someone give me an earring. I'll go take a look.
I hand you my earring.
All right.
What lovely
Sneak
character
over
growth
there.
from Shrieg.
I know.
Someone
I do
give
love-
me the earring. All
It's
right.
a very resigned, give me the earring.
I feel like Rohan's goal at this point is like not even for magic reasons, just because watching Shrieg's ear hole open and close over time over and over again is so upsetting that Rohan is like, my goal is to just have Shrieg want to keep the earring all the time. Feel like
Never
that is
gonna
better than
happen.
me watching this ear getting infected.
All right. Well,
Just give him a regular earring.
Shrieg, are you trying to sneak through the bushes and like break into people's backyards, or are you just doing a casual stroll through the
I'm
crowds?
I'm through the bushes.
All right, give me a dex sneak. My God. My God.
I'm invisible.
You make your way over to, across the street, and make your way in through past sneaking up a pathway and through a couple of backyards. And you can see that as of now he is currently, it looks like, speaking with someone. You don't recognize who. They are sitting at a table in the kitchen or dining room, like near the back of the house, discussing something. It looks like paperwork, and he just kind of chuckles something, and then the other guy starts to stand up, and he grabs him by the scruff of his neck and just and just yanks him down and starts yelling and spitting in his face.
Do I not recognize the person because I can't see their face, or just because I don't recognize them?
Yeah, you can see it pretty well. I mean, you can get pretty fucking... Like, I imagine Shriek's very good at being quiet and unnoticeable. He can get pretty damn close and you don't recognize him.
Okay,
Like, he
In
gives
that
you very
case-
much, like, businessman vibes.
gotcha. Okay. In that case, I will relay to the group that Kristof is in the house. He's got company. Looks like he might be busy for a while.
Okay. Frey, if you're down, we can do this now.
Maybe don't do it before leaving the house. Maybe get
Yeah,
out
sure.
of the area.
Yes.
Do we maybe want to give Frey the earring so
Yes,
that if
absolutely.
anything changes, Streak can immediately communicate it through them rather than having to leapfrog it?
Yes, agreed.
All right.
Cool. I assume Garrett's giving... I already gave Streak mine, so...
Yeah.
All right. So then, I suppose it's time to enact the plan. And before we do so, how about we take a quick break and solve any sort of fire detector devices or any water
Yes.
solutions or anything else that we need to do before we jump into the plan?
Amazing.
Alrighty, I missed the pause button when we were in the BRB screen, so it's like 45 seconds of silence and the clickbait of Henrietta's face.
Question. With this magic,
Mm-hmm.
obviously we have no idea what Kristof looks like under his clothes. If for whatever reason he were to take off his shirt or whatever, is he gonna look like one of those video game models where like the model glitched and now you kind of see like the wireframe underneath, or like would the magic like fill it in?
The magic will fill it in as best it is able.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like a generic chest.
Yeah.
I'm just it's like it's gonna look like a Ken doll.
Alright, so with that, you guys are on the move. I'm excited. Alright, do you guys have anything you want Mira doing at this point, or is she just going to be staying behind, not really helpful in this endeavor of subterfuge and illegality?
Yeah, I mean, just keep an eye on the guarantees, I guess. And I feel like last we heard, Alice was drinking copious amounts of alcohol. I assume Mira can give them a nice bit of emotional support. Yeah, I guess we head to the plaza. I'm gonna cast True Disguise once we get there. And Garrett and me will go undercover as something. I guess we'll just be generic people so that we're not ourselves.
Alright. People that you've just seen walking around.
Yes.
There it is. The true disguise comes about. And Frey, you look at your arms and they are not yours. And you look and it's very weird looking out through your own self and now seeing a large bushy mustache at the very bottom of your vision. Everything feels weird.
Oh, that is going to take some getting used to.
Even just... I'm sorry, continue?
And it'll say to Garrett and Rohan, I do wish I had had the opportunity to actually meet this fellow before impersonating him. But
Yeah.
we'll do our best.
Yeah, he's what's the word? He's like very gregarious, you know. He's like a sort of a big character, very like ho ho ho. That's so funny, old boy, or whatever, you know.
Santa.
Exactly. Santa, Great Gatsby, something in that vicinity.
All right, so larger than life. I imagine probably sweeping arm gestures.
And as you kind of like say that, I imagine like there's like practice of it. And yet they're being done like you could feel where your arms are moving, but beyond that, the arms that you see are doing slightly different gestures that to Rowan and Garrett, who have seen this man, seem just that much more accurate. Even just the way you're walking, like your gait is not exactly the same as the one that you see happening.
Amazing. Yeah, I mean, looks like you nailed it.
All right.
Here we go.
All right. So, what is Streak coming along as well?
No, I'm keeping an
Streak
eye
is
on
in the
Kristof
bushes.
at the house.
Okay.
But
Oh,
he does
boy.
have the earring.
Oh
Yeah.
boy. Who has the other earring?
Frey does.
Sorry, Dan.
Frey. All right. That's not gonna get confusing at all. The point man of the group and the scout right now. So you guys make your way back to the much more toned down. It is about sunset. Things have darkened up considerably at the Central Hall. There's not nearly as much activity. The Fortune Square is still very much active with soldiers of the blue handling recruitment, moving around. The city is not nearly as alive as Alysir would be at night, but there is definitely activity, and people are going to, like, you are not going to avoid being noticed heading in here from the square.
And that is perfectly fine, because Frey is going to want to walk up towards that building as if he totally belongs there.
You do so, and you kind of walk up the stairs to the main entrance normally, and yet your body that you see is doing almost like this little like hop with each step. Those little mannerisms that just seem absolutely insane that you would never think of that your illusory body is doing perfectly fine at. A very strange double like layer going on here of what you know you're doing and what you're seeing yourself doing. And with allies flanking you, make your way in back towards the deal office. The door is shut, which is, I'd say about a third of the doors are shut right now in the offices of the Central Hall, but you do make your way back there. It's shut. Are you just opening it and heading in, or?
Yep, he's just gonna open it and head in.
All right. It is locked.
Damn. Of all the things we didn't think about.
Are all the doors locked? You said there were a bunch, right?
Yeah, I mean, there are many offices with many different doors.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
the one
okay.
to the deal office is shut and locked.
Okay, so the deal office is within a larger building.
Yeah, it's part of the Central Hall. Yeah.
Okay. Then he's going to knock quite loudly on the door.
Wow. Big move. Love that.
Uh,
Bold.
wow, Frey's getting in character.
Yeah, bold. I love that.
A moment later, you see this gentleman, maybe 30s, kind of thin like chin strap beard come out and just Mr. Kristof, what do we have? We weren't expecting you this evening. Has something happened? Is everything all right?
Well, that's exactly what I'm here to find out. Let me in. I'm in a hurry. I have some things to check over. We have some errors in some recent paperwork. I need to get that all taken care of before there's any trouble. Of course, you understand.
Mr. Kristof, I assure you there couldn't have been any error. And like at this point, this guy's like guiding you into the lobby. There couldn't have been any errors. There haven't been any overstated accounts being sent forth the last couple days. Was there something wrong on the account's information, or which one was it?
Well, you have to understand. We need to be thorough about this.
Fuck. Was it the Gilbury account? I was assured that the Gilbury account was taken care of and not overstated. Did we not send you the paperwork letting you... Fuck.
Oh, you
Was that
were
account...
assured.
Did you close that account? Did you have that account closed?
You were assured. Where were you? So you didn't double check this yourself. Here, just show me to it. Just show me to it.
All right, sir. I thought you... Didn't you have... Okay. And he guides you down a... real quick. Garrett, Rowan, what are you two doing? Did you come with him, or are you just waiting outside?
No, we're just outside somewhere.
Like
just
in
hanging
the
out
central hall,
on a
hanging
bench
out?
or whatever.
Yeah. Okay. He guides you down a couple of hallways to a large room with cabinets and piles of paperwork on desks, all of these bound journals, and kind of begins flipping through a couple of them, and then pulls out one, and a leather-bound journal, unties it, opens it, and you can see the paperwork lists out the Gilbury account. Look, I do apologize. You can see right here that there was nothing overstated, and it was ready to be continued, that they were able to pay back what was owed, and we did not need the account closed. Did that paperwork not reach back to you?
I'm afraid I'm missing...
So was the Gilbury account closed then? Should we be refining our information?
Well, let me take a full account of the work that's being done here, and then I can tell you exactly, mind you, what needs to be done.
A full account of the work... Give me a charisma convince. This is the first time he's questioned anything. It seems to be the idea of Mr. Kristof doing paperwork himself. All right, sir. Well, if you need anything, I mean, I'll be outside. We're shutting down. I mean, just got some people coming in to clean and organize later that have to be looked over. But otherwise, I mean, I'll be outside. And
Before you go.
Yes.
Please also point me towards the employee records. Want to make sure that there are no discrepancies.
So,
you understand, of course.
I assure you, sir. Whoever did not get that paperwork sent on the Gilbury account, they will be reprimanded. You do not need to do so personally. It will be handled.
Oh, no, sir. If we want to do things correctly, then sometimes management needs to step in and handle it personally. You understand, of course.
Of course. I will get all of the paperwork on. I'll find out. I'll get all the paperwork on everyone who might have been working on the Gilbury account. Then, all right?
Okay, jolly good.
He just kind of stumbles out quickly. Like, you can see, like, this dude is sweating. Like, he is nervous as fuck having Kristof here.
And over the earring, Frey is going to ask Striegum, does the Gilbury account mean anything to you?
You've never heard of a Gilbury or a Gilbury or anything like that?
Yeah, no, it's a funny name.
Probably just one of many. And he will go and start looking through these papers as if he understands what he is looking at.
All right. Is there something specific that you are looking for at this point, or are you just trying to fake that you know what you're looking through?
So right now he's really just kind of looking through to take account of like any names or addresses, if any seem familiar to him, but he's mostly waiting for the guy to come back with the employee information.
Okay. All right, well, wildly enough, it comes up finally. Give me an int administer.
Oh, this is new.
Yeah, looking through paperwork. I'm so proud of you. What the fuck? Oh.
Praise too good.
Oh my god. Alright, so you start trying to... I assume you're not going to make it so obvious that you're, like, copying it, but at least trying to memorize some of the information.
He's going to relay the information to Streak, and he's be like, I hope you have a pen ready.
Does Frey know that Streak can't read or write?
Oh, does Frey know that?
He has to know by now.
Okay. Okay.
I imagine he thinks that first, and then he's like, oh, right.
Yeah, I think you go, I hope you have a pen ready, and Streak's like, what does that mean?
Frey very quickly mentally backtracks and says, oh, sorry, just, well, I'm going to stream of consciousness names and addresses to you, just see if anything sounds familiar.
Alright, I'll try.
Alright, and what can only be described as Strieg's worst nightmare, while you are stalking Mr. Kristof, in your head you are just getting lists of paperwork information.
Do I have to roll to try and understand this?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and need an int no from you.
Oh boy.
Oh. Listen, if Frey can roll... Well, okay, never mind. Listen, the information's getting out there, it's just not landing. I didn't even get to finish saying, if Frey can roll an 11, -1, Streak can do it too.
Not when I've got 2 -1s.
Unfortunately, Frey, for better or worse, Strieg is, unable to recall anything about this information, and you imagine you're not going to have a ton of time. Is there anything else other than, like, reading through these client records that you'd like to try and find while you're looking?
Anybody have any added character suggestions?
I'm gonna say check and see if there's an account for the guarantees.
Okay, yeah, he'll keep an eye out for the guaranteed name.
Okay.
Or their name. Their names. Our names.
Oh.
Yeah. Or like Fortune's Accord.
Yeah.
Alright. Over the course of the next, maybe 20 minutes of looking, you find no mentions.
Oh my god, how long have I been muted?
Oh,
this
I
time.
guess this entire time.
Yeah.
God damn it. Okay. Well, alright. I was okay.
Go ahead.
I was saying that question what format are the employee records in? Like is it just a list of every employee or whatever, or is there like some kind of management structure or something?
I don't think I've received the employee
Nope,
records
this is
yet.
while that guy is
Okay.
getting the records of anyone who he believes may have been in contact with
Okay,
the
cool.
Gobri
Gotcha.
account.
Yes.
This
Okay.
is not what Frey asked for. How dare he misunderstand?
Well, yeah, he did repeat that. He did literally say, okay, I'll get the information for anyone who was with the Gobri account.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah. Don't worry, it just gives you more time to belittle and talk down to him, I'm sure.
Yeah, Streak in your head is going, it's okay, just yell at him more. Just get real angry. It's his fault, not yours.
This is exactly why we have
You
to
don't
things
do
ourselves.
anything wrong. It's his fault.
Yeah.
Streak is the narcissist incarnate in your head.
Frey is just like, oh, of course I don't ever do anything wrong. Just have to wrap the
You
world
get
around
three
my
going, like-
finger.
Fair enough. Yeah, yeah.
Oh. So, as you are looking through, unfortunately, well, fortunately, I suppose, you don't find anything. No mentions of the Guarantines at all. No mentions of Fortune's Accord. It's seemingly all clean and good to go on that front. Many of the accounts that you do look over are... It's, like, a lot of it is people who were lended, like, a lot of coin to, like, commission paintings and things like that. And I will say the one thing that you notice looking through is... It seems like Deal has certain artists in the city that they have propped up with insanely high prices, and then they've essentially made it so, like, they've peer pressured other people into investing way too much money into getting portraits from these artists.
This is your criticism of the modern art world.
Okay.
And then the interest on the amount that people are... Like, it's literally, like, there's mentions of families who just, like, get 500 gold, like, just to pay off this artist to do a family portrait for them. Like, insane amounts of coin.
Yeah, I assume that this
Alright.
is money laundering.
Well, obviously not involved in this, but that sounds like who they're paying to kill people.
Maybe.
But it is something that sticks out to you as one of the consistencies, because it looks like the coin just immediately gets credited to this artist or these couple of artists and is never actually given out to the person who is getting lent the money. And you would note that closed account, none of the stuff that you see here, none of the accounts are closed. That would be the other thing I would mention.
Okay. Braid does kind of like think to himself / Streeg that, well, the fellow did worry that a closed account was not sent to me, so maybe that paperwork is all at Kristof's.
There is paperwork on the table right now.
We might want to get a look at that before the night is over. If
Oh,
there's
boy.
opportunity. If.
And at this
Okay.
point, the door swings open, and you hear, like, the squeaking of wheels as a guy comes in pushing a wooden cart that is... his cart is just, like, stacked with information. What is it you're looking for exactly, Mr. Kristof? Maybe I could, help you find it. Who do you...
No, I don't need your hands cluttering everything up any further. No, well, it's been late enough. You go on. Go on now. I'll finish up here.
Oh, Are you sure? I mean, this is everything on... are you gonna be able to put this back, or... It's
Yeah.
everything... Everyone who, I believe, did anything with the Gobri account right here, so...
I will leave these somewhere where you will surely find them and be able to sort them all away in the morning. I expect you'll be in Brighton early, of course.
Like, he stumbles over himself for a second. Was going to, yeah, of course, I'll be in, yeah, first thing, so.
All right, very good. Then go off, get some sleep. I'll wrap up here.
Alright, like I said, there should be someone coming in to, we got security coming in a couple of hours we got some cleaners coming in there organizing some stuff, cleaning it up, so. Just, make sure, if someone else does come in, they're supposed to be here, alright?
You said in a couple of hours, though, so they won't be bothering me anytime soon.
I suppose
I really
not.
cannot have any further disturbances tonight, you understand?
Yes. What? Why? What exactly are you? I wasn't expecting. Normally, they let us know when you're coming in for. What happened with the Gobri account, sir? Something we should be worrying about, or?
Say it's not his place to question you.
Frey will echo Streeg's words. It is not your place to question me.
Fair enough. All right. Well, Mr. Kristof, good luck finding what you're looking for. And he quickly heads out, very nervously, leaving the door open, the cart full of employment information on it in the doorway, and heads out.
Frey will get up and grab the cart. Were Rohan and Garrett like waiting out in like the lobby outside these offices, or like
I think
outside
in
the
like the
building?
hall.
They're in
I
like the
think-
hall.
Assuming the hall, like the hall of the building, is not like tiny. It's not like
No,
just
it's big enough.
service.
Like there's hundreds of offices in the central hall.
Okay.
Like
Yeah, then
Yeah.
I think we would just be inside the building.
Okay.
Like in the lobby. Yeah.
Well, then I think as soon as this guy is gone, Frey would like to go and wave them inside because he does not want to go through all this paperwork by himself.
Amazing.
oh,
I hurry in. Yes.
oh,
Rohan's like, fuck yeah, paperwork.
oh.
I have an actual point in administer, and I haven't gotten to use it once. So it is like
Tonight is your
Um,
night.
I know.
All right. So with that, Garrett as well heading in.
Yeah.
All right. You guys make your way in, and I guess the deal offices are yours, guys.
Yeah, so Frey, once they're in, he'll say, well, it seems we have at least a few hours before security or cleaning staff come about. At least about that, according to that poor fellow I just scared out of here.
Perfect. Amazing. That should be
But here we go. These should be the employee records. And he just gestures with both hands towards the cart.
amazing. Yeah, I'm gonna start looking through. I'm specifically looking for where Kristof is in, like, who's at the top of the organization and where Kristof is in relation to that. Like, if I can find out, I don't know, like, what about different arms of the business, like how closely Kristof and this whole like assassin stuff is connected to that, etc.
So go ahead and you know it's coming. Give me the int administer.
Amazing. Please let me roll well on this. Okay. Well, I'll take it, I guess.
By the way, this is all of the employment records that interacted with the Gobri account. Not
yeah,
all.
if I don't find
so.
it here, then I will go and hunt down the others, but hopefully this will get us started at least. We can get a sense. Maybe.
So even with that, you're able to kind of piece together the rest of enough to get like a basic structure of everything, like based on signatures, confirmations, things like that.
Mhm.
And over the course of the next hour, you have, in your mind a rough, hierarchy, which is that it is Edwin Danforth II. Some of the older paperwork seems to mention him as Junior, but sometimes it's the second as the current owner of the company.
Okay.
And the mentions of Kristof are surprisingly few, though he is referred to by the title of Investment Research Manager.
Okay.
Which is apparently the head of the Independent Investigation Wing of Deal.
Independent investigation. All right.
Wait, can you say? So he said he's an investment research manager.
Investment
and he's the head of
Research
the-
Manager, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Of the investment, private And officially, his division is called Independent Investigations.
Okay.
And his full name is Hillary Kristof.
Okay. Hillary like Clinton or Hillary like Edmund?
Hillary with one L, I think.
Okay.
Double
Yeah,
Is it
it's
a
one
Y or an IE?
Y.
Why?
Wow. Okay. Okay.
There's
so-
also some some paperwork that refers to... It takes you a little while to figure it out, but there is some paperwork that refers to him as Papa?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. What is that paperwork? Like,
It's notes about, like, accounts. Like, it'll be something like, you know, was sent by Papa, and then there'll be, like, scrawled in the margins, you know, it'll say, like, IRM Kristof as, like, a, you know, a note specifying who it was. Like, they casually, when they were making their notes, referred to him as Papa, and then they go back to specify that they're referring to the investment research manager.
yeah, I think having read Kristof's mind earlier and sensed that he like clearly had warm feelings about Strieg, like missed working with him, etc. I'm gonna ask Frey just to like confirm with Strieg, like, did Strieg and the others call Kristof Papa?
Yeah, Frey will ask that.
He is Papa.
Okay.
Frey will look back at Rohan and say, Streak says yes.
Okay. Okay, Edwin Danforth II is at the top, and can I tell if like Kristof is directly under him, or is it like, are there multiple rungs above him?
So it seems like he doesn't really report to anyone. He just kind of does his things separate.
Even better. I mean, that's great. Okay. Okay. I mean, that's perfect.
And officially, the books refer to him, investment research manager. He is given essentially full control to hire and pay his own independent contractors. And what they do is, on the books anyway, make sure they keep tabs on people to make sure that they're actually going to be able to repay any investments made into them. Like, if it's companies, if it's individuals, families, anything like that, officially they keep tabs on that to make sure that they, you know, would have a good enough credit to be able to actually pay back any loans given to them.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so they are responsible not just for closing the overstated accounts, but also tracking which ones are overstated accounts to begin with.
No.
No? Okay.
No, they track, like, on paper, they literally are like, you know, is this guy actually rich enough? Does he make enough income would he be able to pay back if we gave him 500 gold within the next year? Would he be able to pay that back? Stuff like that.
Okay.
Like, officially, he's like a creditor, essentially.
Right, okay. So they're running credit reports, they're not tracking, like, balances with dealer.
No, it seems like on the books they run credit reports.
Okay.
Off the books, they are told which accounts are overstated and to close them.
Yes. Okay. I would like to, assuming there's not like a list of everybody that, I mean, there probably isn't one in general because, like, why would you list all of your assassins? But assuming there isn't a list in this stack of people who report to Kristof, I am gonna, like, see if I can check around the office and maybe guess where this guy got these employee records from and see if I can find something like that.
Yeah, it doesn't take long to find out where the employee records came from. Dave, were you gonna say something?
I was gonna say, is there some like a list of overstated accounts
No.
Good question.
that we could
as I said,
cross-reference?
Frey was going through, and there are no overstated accounts. Nothing mentions
Okay.
it.
Outside of the one that had the guild something or other account that
The
was
Gobray
not-
account that he was
Yeah, the
asking
Gobray
about,
account.
yeah. Though the account
Okay.
itself, specifically, like, going through that account, no mention of it being overstated.
Okay.
Sounds like they
Um,
realized that he could pay it, so they're like, okay, actually don't kill this guy. It's actually very funny for Kristof to show up and the guy's like, did we not tell you it's not overstated? Did you kill this guy? He was gonna pay us.
no, he's assuming that you guys did, that Kristof did already have him killed at this point.
I know.
Like,
Exactly, that's so
Oh.
funny.
and that Kristof's now like trying to figure out who else he has to kill for fucking it up. That's where this guy's at.
Yeah,
It
damn, very
sounds
high stakes paperwork.
It sounds to me from when I was talking to the person who works here that any overstated account, their information, it sounds like it'd be sent directly to Kristof, so I don't think we'll find that here in their public offices.
I mean, maybe they have duplicates though. I don't know. I mean, probably not, I guess. But
If you're going to murder someone, probably best not to keep a record that you were lending them money.
yeah, true.
And
Yeah.
anyway, beyond that, continuing, you're going into the main employee records to see like any kind of information you can find about the independent investigation wing of the company.
Yeah, anybody who reports to Kristof. Ideally, if I can figure out like what title is related to like the assassins or whatever, then even better. But
Give me another int administer as you go into an even larger room with these are payment records. This is like, bookkeeping. There is so much shit in here.
yeah,
If you want, like, going through all of this would take months.
yeah,
Like, this role is not necessarily for what you find, but how quickly you can find anything relating to what you're looking for.
yeah. fair.
Because this is like, these are very accurate records, and they are very detailed. But, everything, the independent investigation's name seems to be very, very accurate in that he is the only official deal employee in the entire wing.
yeah.
He is free to employ, fire, and give bonus, pay, dock pay, anything he wants. He has full ability to do regarding that wing, however he sees fit. And the only evidence of anyone working for him is payments of, like, payments in various ledgers and bookkeeping logs between a few gold and hundreds of gold. Sometimes it's 5 gold one day, 20 gold the next. Sometimes it's 150 gold and then nothing for 2 weeks.
Right.
And it is all just signed up as signed off as investment research.
Okay. I mean, okay, that's good to know.
Yeah,
I guess one last thing is, can I find anything about? Well, I guess there wouldn't be anything. I was gonna say, can I find anything about Street? But obviously, like you said, there's no record of any of the contractors or whatever, so that's fair.
No, I mean, outside of Kristof, it is as if like this company has no other connection to what he does or anything.
Okay, that's good. I mean, honestly, I guess this is good. I think I like head back to the others and I sort of filled them in on what I've found, and I think I say like, I think this is good and maybe bad news, because good news is, I mean, this guy is as loosely connected to these people as possible. I mean, there's no oversight, there's no restrictions on what he can or can't do, and the assumption is just like that he's taking care of it. So I feel like if we give them a reason to think that he's not trustworthy or something, then maybe that actually does land. I mean, it doesn't seem like they would really go to bat to protect him in that case, as far as I can tell. But I think it also is, I guess, bad news because he basically has carte blanche, so maybe they really do trust him for some specific reason, but maybe it's just like, you don't want to be seen meeting with the guy who hires your assassins every day or whatever either, so.
Well, this is a bit of a shot in the dark, especially if we don't know his exact relation to the man at the head of Deal, at least Deal's public office, but well, they just let Kristof in here tonight. There was a witness, and what if these records all were mysteriously destroyed?
That is
Destroying
not a
evidence,
bad
so to
idea.
speak.
Um,
Maybe there was something here Kristof didn't want anybody to see.
I think that's a really good idea. I think if we do that, we probably also should leave behind evidence of whatever it is that he didn't want to
Oh
see.
my God.
Maybe. Like a smoking gun, you know?
You guys are gonna frame him for something he did do.
Of course. He's
yeah.
hiring assassins. I feel like anything's fair game. The fact that we're not killing him is already like the most mercy we could possibly show this guy. It kind of feels like the obvious candidate is embezzlement because he has complete control over the finances of his wing, and there's, like I said, like no oversight, and he can, use money as he pleases. So
Now, when I do say no oversight, I do mean anytime he asks for coin, it is always given.
yes, yeah.
So,
I think it's
you
yeah,
can't
it is.
embezzle that. You can't embezzle that. You know what I mean? Like if they're just handing coin over to you whenever you ask, embezzlement doesn't exist for you.
I mean, if he says it's for work and then, you guys framed
Right.
him for him buying things himself.
If
I guess.
I may,
Mhm.
perhaps we don't need to leave a smoking gun. All we need to leave is a suggestion. Sow doubt.
Yeah.
If that trust even if it just fractures, that
Yeah.
would have an impact in a business like this one. That's what I believe, at least.
I
think
want to
that's
look for
Yes, sir.
Danforth Jr.'s office. See if he's got an office on premise, and see if he's got any. Because I mean, if anyone's going to have notes about having hired and or working with a guy who hires assassins, it's going to be the guy who owns the company. And even if you're like, oh wow, that's really dumb to have all that information in your office, the people who are in
Yeah.
charge at that level, I've worked with company owners. They're not that smart.
Yeah.
They don't. That's you watch the cop procedurals and the dramas or whatever. There's a certain truth to like people get caught for the dumb stuff. So
Yeah.
I want to find his office and see if there's anything in there that would be interesting.
So while they were doing their thing with paperwork, you were gonna go check out the offices.
Mm-hmm.
On the second floor of this office, if I didn't do an incredible job describing it before, the central hall is multiple floors, but each of the floors in like the hallways is probably 2.5 stories tall, like very tall steepled hallways. And then there's some of the larger offices, like especially on the first floor, do in fact have 2 floors to them inside. But on the second floor, there are a number of offices, including both the office of the investment research manager, the vice president, let me go ahead and pull that name up, Vice President Aubrey Lidicott, and Deal President Edwin Danforth II.
So I mean, I will call down and be like, "Hey, I found the IRM office and the vice president's office and the CEO president's office up here. I don't know if you guys want to check this out at some point, but I'm gonna go take a look in the CEO president's office if it's not locked."
Yeah. Sorry, did you say Allison Vodka?
No, I said Aubrey Lidicott.
Okay, cool. I was like, wait. Oh no. This is a
Aubrey
big deal.
Lidicott,
Okay,
vice president of Deal.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think we should definitely check that out. I mean, more information the better, but one thing I would say, I did just think about off of what Frey was saying, And like the idea of embezzlement, it seems like probably the worst thing that Kristof could do with the power that he has in his position is that he is requesting money to hire contractors to kill people to close these accounts, and then he's also taking payouts from the people he's supposed to kill and tipping them off and letting them run away. Right? That's seems like if that's what Kristof was doing, then like, you know, he's not doing his one job basically. I feel like, and also there's witnesses out there then that, you know that they have this whole assassination arm. I feel like if we leave some kind of suggestion that maybe somebody is alive still, who was supposed to be dead, maybe that is, it doesn't have to be super specific or like explicit, but maybe if we just leave something suggesting that, then maybe that would be enough to sow doubt. I don't know.
You know what, we'd
point,
leave.
Shriek and Frey's head is also just gonna go, there is also a rogue assassin that doesn't seem to be under his control and probably knows a lot about the company too.
Probably wouldn't hurt to talk to them if you can get them to talk to you without getting shot with another crossbow.
Well, I think Shriek is saying that that's also probably a really bad thing for Kristof to, like, if there was...
yes, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Like, I assume the head of deal is not like, oh, rogue assassins who don't like us. That's fine. Yeah, Frey, you were saying, sorry, you know what we leave?
I was asking if you had an idea of what exact evidence.
I don't. Let me think. Maybe funds logged to an account that was supposed to be closed already or something, or like, earmarked for an account that was supposed to be closed, or I'm trying to figure out how we could suggest that somebody's still alive. I guess you would want to I don't know what like a normal thing that would be in paperwork that would suggest that is.
I mean, that would require building an entire paperwork trail, and I don't know the inner workings of this company enough to know how to do that, especially if we want to go with the idea of destroying all the files.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's true. I guess I'm going to keep thinking about this, but I guess in the meantime, maybe we go check out the offices upstairs. It kind of feels like maybe we got what we want down here.
I will say at this point, it has probably been a little bit over 2 hours between going through all the paperwork and everything.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay.
Yeah. In the meantime, if there was something like, because Garrett wasn't really doing anything while you guys were doing paperwork, if he wanted to check out offices and stuff while you guys were doing that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yes, so I would have wanted to check out the president's office, and if I could get into it, Kristof's office.
The president's office is locked.
Okay. Can I attempt to pick that lock?
Sure. Give me a
I have
good old dex sneak.
One more time, I want to confirm. Fingerprinting has not been invented, yes?
No, not yet.
Okay. Cool.
Oh, they invented it tomorrow.
Can I use my reroll on that?
You can, because that's not getting you in.
Oh, that's
Nice.
Kind of click and
is 9 too low, or?
No, you take a couple minutes. You're like,
Okay.
oh fuck, it's a tough damn lock, but you're able to get it undone, and it finally clicks after a couple of minutes.
All right. So I will break into the office and I will start looking around, starting with his desk. I'm going to see if any of the drawers...
Yeah, there are
drawers,
there are a couple of bookshelves with some paperwork and things, but you start at the desk. The chair is very nice, and it's nice, kind of silken, just very comfortable, probably worth more than everything you currently have on your person. Pillow at the bottom of it, just beautiful and fluffy. And
I'm gonna quick run up to the door, look around, make sure that no one else is seeing, and I'm gonna sit in the chair and put my feet up on the desk for like a minute or two, just kind of lean back and
get in the mindset.
You're so lucky you're not wearing this earring.
Oh. Oh, and then you begin looking around. Is there anything specific you're looking for while you're digging through this desk?
like a not like a journal, but like a work notes kind of thing, but like not something that you would just leave out, like a sticky note, like meeting on Wednesday 2 p.m. with investors or whatever, but like the company secret-y stuff, or maybe like a private kind of information.
All right, give me an int administer.
All right.
There's also a very nice painting on the wall. It's not incredibly large, but it shows a slightly younger President Danforth II, along with a woman and what looks like perhaps a very old gentleman, maybe his father, and then 4 children, including all aging from about 5 or 6 to a baby.
So I'm assuming with a 4, I don't find anything in the desk, but I would like to take a closer look at that painting, maybe see if there's anything behind it. The classic safe behind the painting.
All right. The painting is very heavy, so like you kind of like just lean it up enough that you can kind of see against the wall. Or are you taking it all the way off the wall?
I just kind of want to like look behind. I don't want to take it all the way off the wall.
You don't see anything behind it.
All right. I'll try taking it off the wall.
All right.
The secret alarm goes off.
Give me a Dex exert.
Worst case scenario, we just blame Kristof on this if it goes bad.
You begin lifting it. As I said, it's not super big, but it is very heavy. Like, it's got a very nice, like, kind of gold-leafed frame around it that's pretty heavy, and you kind of lift it up and shimmy it, and kind of gets stuck a bit. You kind of have to shake it. Finally, you get it off, and I think it would be awkward as shit to get back on, too. And, there's nothing behind it you don't see.
What about the back of the painting?
You see a thing kind of just bored.
Does it feel like it's heavier than what a painting of that size would feel like?
Give me an int into it.
I have an art
Oh,
wife.
I'm sorry. Give me a dex into it. You're kind of like vibing on weight. Seems about normal.
Okay. So the little bit I've absorbed from my art wife shows that this would be about normal. Okay. I don't want to just start ripping into the painting.
My guess is maybe there's no safe with the valuable stuff in it because the painting is the valuable stuff. Like
that's part of like meta gaming wise. That's what I would think is like, hey, he's got the stuff stashed like in the painting, but.
Well, I mean, literally, like, maybe the painting is the valuable thing, because we saw downstairs that he's paying tons of money to, artists and whatever, so maybe that's, like...
Could be.
Because, I mean, like, above the table in our world, that's a thing that, like, rich people do, is they, like, store their money by buying some, ridiculously valuable painting.
But it's a painting of him and his family.
If it's a portrait by a famous artist or whatever.
Oh, good point. All right, I will. I don't know if I want to try to put it back up or not. I'll try to put it back up.
Give me
Doing another
dex exert. Yeah.
And I've already used my.
I'm really
roll.
I'm really hoping for you to roll like a 3 and you just drop it and crack the frame or something. Unfortunate. But yeah, you spend a moment. It's awkwardly heavy, and you have to kind of like hoist it, and it shimmies a bit, and then you have to spend a moment going back and forth to make sure it's perfectly even on the nails. But you do get it back up. I mean, you can give me an int no to see if you recognize the artist.
Sure, I will give you an int no to see if I recognize the artist. I probably won't because I don't know local artists, but
Maybe you do.
Oh.
Maybe you do, Garrett. Maybe you do.
Oh my god, where did this come from?
Where was this when I didn't have my bojo?
Sir, you're what?
My bojo.
Garrett's giving up his bow to become an
It
art
really
appraiser.
sounds like a euphemism for blowjob, man. You can't say bojo.
Yeah,
Actually-
I'm gonna say something. You can't say bojo. That's...
Robert, you were the one who said it first.
I definitely was not.
You totally did. You said Garrett's lost his his bojo. This was a while back.
There's no way I ever said that.
You totally said that because I didn't come up with that on my own.
That does not sound like something. We're getting very off topic.
I don't remember this, but both of you are dumb enough to have said this.
So you recognize the artist. Like, it takes you a minute, and it doesn't look like any other art you've ever like seen, but you do see the signature on it. Like, it doesn't look like anything else you've seen by him. A man by the name of Adrian Fontaine. He was someone that many people in Artavista and the art community in general kind of hated and blacklisted because he was kind of known as like almost a scammer. Like, he would copy styles. Sometimes he was caught, like, he was never caught, but he was highly suspected of straight up copying paintings as well. And he was essentially blacklisted from a lot of the art community.
Yes.
That's interesting, because that means he specifically got a painting by somebody who nobody wants art from.
Well, we
But
don't know
I
when
digress.
this was painted or so, but yeah, sure. But yeah, so when I meet up with everyone, I will fill them in on that. Would there, before this 2 hours or so is up, would there still be time to check out Kristof's office?
Yeah, you'd have a little bit of time left. His office is mostly barren. There's nothing on the walls. There are 2 bookcases that have what seem like just generic, nondescript books, at least at a glance.
And it's not locked?
It is not locked.
Okay.
No, yeah, you can just head in. It
Oh,
is...
I leave Danforth's office door open.
Okay. His office looks like it was set up and no one ever goes in there. Like, there's no dust or anything, but I mean, are you like pilfering the desk same as the president's?
Yeah, I will rummage the desk.
All right. Yeah, inside the desk, that is where it is very dusty. Like, nothing has been... Like, they obviously have come in and cleaned it, but they have not cleaned anything inside it. There is one small leather-bound journal in the top left that has a lot of handprints on it. Looks like it's been messed with recently.
I will check that journal.
You might say it has fingerprints on it.
Oh, if only we understood the concept of fingerprinting.
Yeah. But you can see where, like, it's obvious that it's been picked up a lot and messed with.
Okay. So
It looks like a private journal that Kristof has been writing in on how he misses his son.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It goes for pages about how his son's untimely death ruined him, and he would do anything to have him back.
What if we just reunite him with his son?
He's dead, apparently. I mean, it's either he's dead or it's Strieg, and he's
Right,
using
we
death as a
reunite him
euphemism.
with his son.
Are we just throwing Strieg under the bus?
No, we throw Kristof under the horse-drawn cart as it's rolling. No, obviously we don't want to do that because Streak doesn't want to kill people
Yeah, but,
anymore. So
apparently for much of the past decade, he has been trying to find out who killed his son and why.
okay. What do we know when Kristof start? Well, Kristof would have started when Streak was a young lad, so he was already doing the whole assassination thing before his son died, right?
Who was? Shriek?
Kristof.
Oh, Kristof? Seemingly, yeah. I mean, he's been
Okay.
employed here for quite a while. Like, the records go back, from what's been seen, well over 20 years.
Okay. So that's some interesting information about that. I will put it back and try to put it back in as close to its original position as I was able to
Alright.
do that. And then I will close the door behind me and try to go rejoin everyone else.
Alright. Any last-minute stuff the three of you would like to do before, presumably, getting out before the cleaning crew arrives?
Are we destroying these records?
We could maybe not all of them. Maybe just destroy a couple records, or maybe the record specifically related to the Goldberg. God, I hate these. Why am I not good with names? Whatever
I
that
feel like
record
if
is.
we don't do enough, it'll never even get
The-
seen.
The Gobri account?
Yeah.
Hope we- Yeah, I feel like if it's not, I don't know, like enough, it's not even.
I was saying, like, you know, if you put it in like a trash can and you like half burn it or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that it seems like the Gobri people are still alive. So, like,
True.
you know, what exactly? I mean, I guess we don't have to decide what we're trying to hide, but I don't know.
Maybe maybe leave that one and burn some other stuff.
My suggestion was to ultimately have it plant a suggestion, because when people don't know the truth, their imaginations run wild. Let
Yeah.
them come up with their conspiracy theories.
Yeah. How much do we want to just burn the Gobri stuff, or do we want to? I don't know.
I
Burn
say go to the record room.
Okay.
What if we burn some of the employee records?
Yeah. I mean, maybe
Like-
just everything that mentions Kristoff that we can find like quickly. Because I've been looking at that stuff, so I should be able to hopefully find it all quickly, and then.
Well,
Yeah.
you were looking through the records. How are they actually organized? Is it like a filing cabinet system? Like, what are we looking at?
Good question.
It's
So
alphabetized by middle name, first initial.
yeah, it's all organized. They have essentially like stacks of bookshelves shelves that have crates that are organized, and then inside them is leather bound, kind of like they have leather binding for groups of books to keep them together. And beyond that, it seems like it's organized alphabetically by last name. And then that's only for individuals and families, and then there's like a separate section for companies, things like that. So
Damn, I just realized what we should have done. We should have burned everything. I mean, we should have. We don't know this, but if I thought of this before, and maybe I could have figured it out, we could have burned everything that we think the new Streak got his hands on, because he actually does have something to hide there, which is it's not actually Streak, but you know, whatever.
I say take some at random from employee records and business records. Burn those. Leave crates half open, so clearly it's been rifled through. Leave
Okay.
And just like Garrett suggested, can use a trash can or something to make sure it doesn't spread too far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just get a crate and just a nice controlled burn of stuff in the crate type of thing.
Yeah, we'd prefer. Frey would prefer not to accidentally burn down the building.
Well, obviously, yeah.
Yeah.
So a nice just
just-
controlled burn of a pile of things that would look suspect.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And Frey will go around and start grabbing books and leather-bound groups of books at random.
Yeah.
What if we just took stuff with us? They wouldn't know whether stuff was burned or not. And we just took it with us. But also, out of context, out of game, just Rohan's over here going, I cast Fireball. Just
I don't have fireball. Just to be clear,
that's okay.
unfortunately.
But that's just like, oh, we want to do a controlled burn and quick cut. I cast Fireball.
But
I guess one thing is, I do ask Frey, like, does Streak have any objections? Does it seem reasonable to him?
Frey will relay the plan to Streak.
at this point, let's go ahead and see what Streak's been doing for the last couple of hours.
Oh boy.
So, Strieg, for the most part, you watched for the better part of an hour as this gentleman, you couldn't make out what was being said, but he was obviously being berated by Mr. Kristof. And then after an hour or so, Kristof had backhanded him, seemed like he knocked a tooth or two out, and then yelled at him to get the fuck out and don't come back without the money. We will close your account.
Seems pretty normal to what I remember.
Yeah, him dealing with it personally is a little on the like, wow, this must be a big deal side, but otherwise seems about normal.
Big deal, if you will.
It is funny that like we just got so much shit for doing this ourselves as Kristof, and over there he actually is doing it himself anyway. But
Just you fucking wait, you're gonna die at what happens next. So, I literally have been PMing Alex so she can back me up that, like, this wasn't, like, something that wasn't planned already. So, Strieg, you, I assume you're keeping an eye out, in the bushes and things like that, kind of following his movements as best you can around the house?
Yeah.
So about 20 minutes later, he gathers up the paperwork that was given to him by this gentleman and heads out to the front foyer and throws it in the fire.
Okay.
And he kind of like looks at himself a little proudly, and then he goes over, and you can see there's a small end table next to that very nice chair that you've watched him sit and read books in the last couple of times. And he opens a small little lockbox and brings out these very stained and like brownish brass knuckles.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's heading back downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
does Frey get this?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you explain? Do you relay this?
Yeah, Frey's getting my stream of consciousness, so
Yeah.
like as I'm seeing this, Frey's getting it.
Cool. All right. So now we do know somebody's in the basement, I guess. Well, I guess Frey knows that. Frey can decide whether he wants to tell us, but anyway.
And as you're kind of watching him head down, another maybe 10 minutes or so pass, and it would be about now that we're at around the 2+ hour mark, and this would have been where they were contacting you. Now you're all caught up. What was it that Frey was initially asking Streak when we jumped back in time?
Frey was basically telling Streak about their plan to burn paperwork so that there might be a distrust zone between Deal and Kristof.
Yeah, if you think that'll work, good enough for me.
Alright, and Frey will look at Rohan and Garrett and say, All right, let's do this then.
Amazing. You
And
do it.
question, I have the Elemental Sparks art. It says I can conjure petty amounts of flame, plus other elements sufficient to do small tricks, chill drinks, light candles, etc. Last no longer than a scene, the art, and it can only be used to solve a problem or overcome a challenge once a game session. Can I use that to burn this stuff in a small controlled fire?
Of course you can. That sounds like the
Yay!
ideal scenario for this. Frey magically
Incredible.
conjuring fire to be able to burn things without any problems.
Garrett's joking about me casting fireball, and Frey's like, actually, I can cast fireball.
Oh,
Incredible. Love that. So cool.
So I think once they have once we feel we have enough stuff stacked in this crate, Frey will he'll lean over it and I usually only do this for lighting candles and the like, but well, I suppose this isn't dissimilar. And he is going to reach down and kind of pinch his fingers around the edge of a book, of one of these books. And when he pulls his hand back, it's going to be like a little flame burst to life there.
and
I think you just see like on Rohan's face like definitely impressed, just like gives you a nod like nice.
whoa, Kristof can conjure magic. Whoa.
Ray just gives, or I guess Kristof just gives a shrug and says, "It's not much. I really only ever use things like this to bring a bit of a spark to my performances at times." And he steps back as it seems like the fire starts spreading.
Yeah,
I suppose this will do.
absolutely. We probably better get out of here.
Before anybody comes by.
And
Yeah.
over the course of the next couple minutes, a nice, comfortable, controlled flame burns up without starting a massive fire. You guys disappear back into the central hall, and Strieg, from your vantage point, you hear the front door knocking. And you see other Strieg waiting at Kristof's front door as he walks over to answer it. And we're gonna go ahead and take a quick break.
Oh, fuck you!
Alrighty, so picking up where we left off, Strieg, you do see your doppelganger at the front door, standing on the porch, knocking, crossbow in one hand and holding a lantern. Small, but, you know, a nice-looking average lantern in his left. And you watch Papa's stand up and head over towards the door.
Alright, my crossbow is up and ready.
Who are you pointing at exactly?
At the door.
Wow. Okay. So you would have to get like close to the street. Like essentially you would lose any kind of like hiddenness to make this shot.
How does this work? Like, how am I seeing the front door but can still see inside?
So essentially like you were perpendicular to it. Like here, let me draw you a thing. So
Yes, please.
yeah. If that's the house
Mhm.
and the door is here, and you would have been here. This is not to scale. You would have been like here watching Papa's in this room, and then you watched
okay.
him get up and here we go. You can see my thing. You watched him get up and move here to answer the door, and this is where you watched as Doppelstreet came up to the door. So you can't really make out, like, you kind of lose Papa's at this point where he kind of goes into the main foyer, knowing that he's answering the door. So you would have to move closer to the street, which is to the south. Down here.
But from where I am right now, I have a perfect view of Doppelstreak.
Yes.
Okay, no, I'm staying here. I'm aimed at Doppelstreak.
Okay. All right. And the door opens. You see it swing open, and you can make out like Papa's arm, and then you just hear from Doppelstreak. God, I hate saying that. Told you, you wouldn't get away with this. And like, you can see he's shaking, and he drops the crossbow and just squeezes onto the lantern harder, and you see this blue light flicker from the lantern. Streak, would you please give me an evasion save?
Yeah.
What is happening? Robert, please.
Do you remember when Streak rolled that ridiculous convince roll? Stuff's happening now. You watch as that blue light flickers brighter and brighter, turning into an all-consuming blue flame that erupts around the entire stoop, instinctively diving behind the rest of the house to be able to hide from the massive explosion of blue flame. You could hear the screams of Hillary, Kristof, Papa's into the night. And blue flames begin to erupt in the doorway of the house. You can see them taking the topiary, the trees nearby, everything. The explosion well over probably 50 or 60 feet in radius in each direction. And it just has enveloped with fire.
And is Doppelstreak just standing there, or is he
Well, you
oppressed?
dove for cover. Are you gonna stick your head out again?
I guess so!
Doppelstreak is standing there completely consumed in blue flame.
But he seems chill with it?
Unmoving, like a statue. You can see where the lantern, seemingly perfectly fine, has landed about 5 feet ahead of you.
I'm in my head, I'm relaying all of this to Frey as fast as possible, and you're just getting that, what the fuck, what?
And in the background, you can still just hear screaming from Kristof inside. You see him running, screaming through the house. Little bits of blue flame catching drapes, a chair, a couch, everything just getting caught on fire as he runs.
And Frey is definitely in Streak's head, a little overwhelmed by, I think, the stream of consciousness. Streak, are you okay? What's going on?
Good. I'm fine, but Doppelstreak is here, and he set blue fire, and oh god, he's not burning, and it's everywhere. He's on fire, but he's not burning. I don't know what's happening.
You can see the small oil lantern that's about 5-7 feet ahead of you, flickering between blue and red flame. Back and forth. A small... the only damage, a small crack on the glass in the middle.
Does blue and red flame fire mean anything to you?
I don't know. And Frey will turn to Garrett and Rohan, and I think he probably just stopped in his tracks, and part of this has been said out loud, as in he's not just keeping his responses in his head. He'll just say, "There's something wrong with Streak at Kristof's house."
Yeah, it's time to get out of here and drop at least your disguise, Frey.
Yeah.
Definitely. Is he okay?
He said he is, but
Okay.
I think his double made a move against Kristof.
Okay. Is there any chance we would know that blue-red flames would mean anything to us?
Well-
Like, is this a magical effect?
Give me an int magic. Let's see.
Well,
It's definitely fucking magical. There's something enchanting these flames. But without being able to see more or anything, all you can see... So all the fire is blue, but there's flickering between blue and red in the now slightly cracked oil lantern where this explosion started.
Yeah, so Frey would relay the color of the flames to them then.
Cool. I guess, is there any way, I mean, maybe I wouldn't know without looking, but just to ask, is there any way I would know if this is something that would have to be cast by somebody, or if it could just be that, like, the lantern is enchanted and it was used?
It could have just been the lantern. You couldn't say for sure without seeing it, though.
I don't think Frey is giving them much detail, just the sense that
Yeah.
something's wrong, we should go.
Yeah, for sure. I think we're
Yeah.
we're skedaddling. We're going.
Streak, what are you doing?
Is Doppelstreak still just standing there? Or has he
Standing
started to move?
unmoving as blue flame continues to engulf him, and you just begin to hear him laughing. Just,
Okay.
the fires are only cut by just this and it just begins to crackle and gurgle as you can hear his very voice box just burning, and you can just see bits of him melting off as he stands there laughing.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, fuck.
What was right?
Oh my god, he's burning himself alive. I think I relay that to Frey. He's burning himself alive. He's fucking dying.
You should.
Oh, God.
We should meet back at the house. Just get out of there.
Is there a back door to this house, Robert?
Yeah. That's, it's by the kitchen where you were watching, Kristof earlier.
Fuck, there's someone in the basement. I'm running around to the back.
Frey, in kind of like a note of disbelief, just bursts out loud. He's not leaving. He's going inside.
What? Is he going to confirm that Kristof is dead, or is he just like?
He did tell Frey that I mean, like, I guess Frey got that somebody was downstairs.
So,
That's right.
Strieg, you take one last look at what's going on, where you can see, again, the flames, as you're leaving, of the oil lantern kind of fade out and go back to that regular red, the blue disappearing. And then you just kind of head around back to the other side. You make your way, and you can see running towards the back door and bursting through it, Kristof. Screaming. Just, like, running and just, like, leaving these patterns of blue flame in his steps in his wake. Everything being caught. He doesn't seem to notice you as he runs by.
Okay, I'm going
He is
inside.
running in the direction of the, he's running in the direction of the river.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going inside and I'm heading towards the basement.
Alrighty, running through the flames, huh? The blue flames. Alright. You begin to head in. Give me a Dex exert to avoid these large chunks of fire that have been left in the wake. And they are spreading quickly, too. Like, they are spreading definitely supernaturally fast. And with everything you've got, Shriek, you dodge through towards the basement. The door is open, and you head down into it. Down the basement is small, and you see a man of no more than, like, a kid, no more than, couldn't be older than 20. Short, black hair, young face. What you can see anyway. Very bloody, very cut up. And you see it, much like with the other Strig, it looks like he was working on another replacement.
Yep. Is he chained up or anything?
He is tied to a chair that is essentially, the chair is chained to the floor, and then he is just tied to the chair.
I'm gonna take out my shiv and start cutting him out.
Alright. He is unconscious.
Yeah, that's fine.
Cut him out, and... What are you doing?
I'm picking him up and getting the fuck out.
Alright, give me a... I'm gonna need a couple of things here. I'm going to need a physical save first, because you're inhaling a lot of blue smoke flame right now.
Mm-hmm.
But thankfully, you're not... It's not hurting you that bad yet, and then I'm gonna need a strength exert to carry this body out.
No, yes, okay. Shit.
You are running, stumbling, doing everything that you can, but the fire is engulfing, and as soon as you start getting up the stairs, you kind of slip and just... And the body falls and just slams against the stairs. You are sweaty, your hands are slippery, you do not know if you can even carry this guy.
Hey, just get out.
Get Doppelstreak. Have him help you.
Streak is burning!
Yeah, but Doppelstreak isn't. He can go down and get him.
No, Doppelstreak is burning.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
This is another new Doppelstreak down here.
No, I knew that,
Oh.
but I thought you meant, like, he was on fire, but not, like,
No.
getting burned. But,
No.
Okay.
And the flames are beginning to consume the ceiling of the basement now, which is made of wood.
Okay. I did PM you a question, Robert.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
Oh my god!
So that's a yes, correct?
Yeah, that is definitely a yes, yeah.
Okay, great. I'm gonna try and pick him up again. We're doing
Alright.
this again.
Alright, give me another strength exert.
Okay, it's better.
Alright. You are going to, like, at this point, though, you are slowing down, and by the time you get to the top of the steps, like, the entire, reading room is now engulfed in blue flame. So you are going to be walking through fire or diving through a window.
Through the window.
Alright. With the body.
Yes.
Are you going first, or should you toss the body through?
No, I'll kind of go through, like, back first so that the body kind of, like, lands on me almost, and I'll roll with it.
Alright. So you are still going to be taking some damage, so... you are walking through fire. Like, you have been in here long enough, and this fire is... That you are walking literally through, like, comically hot blue arcade fire.
Yeah.
And you take... Yeah, 3 damage from the fire.
Okay.
And... You just kind of back first. Give me a Constitution exert. And you get the wind knocked out of you as you dive back first through this window. You are gonna take some damage from this broken glass. Like,
Yep.
a lot. This is a very big window.
Okay.
Alright, you do take 7 damage as broken glass just tears apart your back. And you just immediately get the wind knocked out of you as this unconscious body of a man the same size as you just put all that weight on your chest as you land through. Blue fire still engulfing the Kristof residence. What are you doing?
Okay. Am I still around the back, or am I on the side? Where am I?
That's on the side, yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna quick run around front. Do I still see Doppelstreak burning?
You do, though at this point, like, you can still see the silhouette of a man burning. You still hear that, but it's more like a... And you can still see, like, the shuddering of laughter, but at this point, you can see where it looks like the fire is so hot that his legs have melted into what's left of the stoop, of the, like, where he was standing, and his right arm has completely burnt and fallen off into an ashen husk on the floor of the porch.
Fuck. God damn it. Fine, execution. I'm gonna take him out of his misery.
He's laughing. Is he in misery?
God damn it. Yeah, I think burning to death probably hurts.
It probably does.
Kill Kristof.
And you, with the body safely away of this hopefully innocent person that was being tortured by Kristof, you draw a crossbow, focus for a moment, and take the shot that just stops. And there is no sound. The body collapsing. The blue flames begin to fade out, and you can see the sparks dancing back towards that lantern.
Damn it. If I look around, do I see Kristof coming back, or is he gone?
Looking around the back, you can hear commotion coming from the river. And you can
Shit.
still hear the screaming.
Okay, I'm gonna pick up Junior Doppelstreak and go back to the Guarantine house.
Alright. As the blue flames begin to fade away, the heat beginning to die out, you make your way back to the Guarantine house with the unconscious man in your hoisted over your shoulder, the last of those blue flames turning into sparks and dancing back towards that discarded cracked lantern. The
Oh
rest
my
of
God.
you... I'm sorry?
Oh, just me swearing, don't mind me.
The rest of you, I assume, are full tilt making your way back towards where all this is happening.
No, let's stop for dinner first. Yeah, what do you...
Well, I mean, like, are you still trying to be, like, a little, like, careful, or are you full on, fuck it, we need to get back there?
I think it's fuck it, we need to get back there.
Okay.
For me, at least.
Alright. So you spend the next little while rushing back while Shriek was dealing with that for a couple of minutes, and, Shriek, you get back, and Mira just... Oh my, what is going on? What happened to... What happened to... Who is that? Like, just all of this. Magnus is nowhere to be seen, and Alice is passed out on the table.
I think I'm just gonna kind of bring Doppelstreak into the windows of this house are still covered, correct?
The ones in the dining room are.
Okay, cool. Bring him into the dining room, kind of put him on the table, and just go, like, fire Kristof's house. Next me in the basement. Oh god, Doppelstreak burning. Oh my god, and I think Streak just, like, sinks down to the floor and puts his head in his hands, and he's almost, like, rocking back and forth, just a little bit.
And it is, as you were kind of decompressing, it would be the rest of you arriving shortly after to see a lot of smoke coming from the direction of the Guaranteed household, and just past it, across the street, the burnt husk of the Kristof residence. What are you guys doing?
Can I tell that Kristof has run out?
So you do hear someone screaming, and you can hear stuff going on at the river.
I'm gonna go there.
Right?
I will follow. Oh man, I wonder if this stuff is like magic, like white phosphorus, where like even if it's underwater, it doesn't go out.
Frey's gonna keep on towards the Guaranteed house because he knows Streak is back there now.
Can we grab your earring real quick? Just that way we can keep you filled in with what's going on. Through Streak.
Frey will hurriedly take it out and toss it towards Garrett and be on his way.
All right. You toss it towards Garrett, and Garrett, you and Rowan run towards the... there is a small crowd gathering at the street near Kristof's house. Just kind of looking on. You guys are just heading past it and just running through to get to the river.
Yes.
The blue flames are gone. It is just regular embers and lots of smoke. And then just those glints of spark coming from the lantern as you run by. You guys continue on towards the river?
Yeah.
Are there people, like, back towards the river? Like, is there a crowd back that direction?
There's a couple of people looking, and as you get to the point where you're, like, past the yard and you can actually see the river itself, you see these massive flickers of blue under the water, and then the fire's still going. And then you hear just... and, like, you can see scratching, trying to put out these flames, but unable to. A humanoid figure just screaming.
And are there people... You said there are a couple people there?
Yeah.
As we approach, I ask Rohan, like, do we want to try to help him, or do we want to just be like, oh my gosh, this is horrible, and see what happens?
I'm gonna shoot Adam. I'm gonna shoot my crossbow.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay.
Are we at least... There's people around.
Yeah, there are people around.
Are we gonna at least, like... Oh my gosh, I don't think there's anything we can do for him. Might as well put him out of his misery, or are you just, like, across the way, just like, bam?
No, I think I'll explain myself afterwards, but, like, definitely my excuse will be, like, us putting him out of his misery, but I don't think I say anything until after I do it. I mean, I also don't know if it'll work because I'm shooting into the water, but you know.
He is flailing around a lot, so you're not getting an execution. This is going to be a shot.
Yeah.
So, go ahead, give me a shot. Okay, you don't have your crossbow set as equipped right now.
Oh, yeah.
That's fine.
Does that change something?
No, it's just funny that it says not carried. It's like reminding you. You take the shot, it hits and pierces right through just the kind of like the abdomen area, just a little bit off to the left, almost kidney side, and he is still just like flopping up and down in the water, screaming and trying to put this fire
Jesus
out.
Christ.
I'm like, Nine, what are you doing? I mean, like, you can't just shoot at a guy in the middle of the water who's on fire.
Are you saying this out loud?
Yes.
The fire's not going out.
I'm not, like, yelling it super loud so everyone can hear, but just like, what? I know we said we're not gonna help him, but like.
No, I actually do say loud enough to that, like, anybody who's noticing this can hear. Like, I think I say, like, the fire's not going out. He's not making it. I'm putting him out of his misery. And I try to load up another crossbow bolt and shoot again.
All right, you spend a little while, you reload, and you take another shot. Roll to hit. This one goes wide, dumping into the water.
How deep is the water?
So he's kind of at the edge, but the middle of the river is large enough that ships come up and down it, come down it.
Okay, so how deep is he?
He's at like chest height. He keeps like diving under, trying to dive down and get rid of the fire, but it's not going anywhere.
Okay. I will. This is gonna look so crazy. But fuck it. At this point, I'm committed. I'm gonna get
to him and just.
I'm slitting his throat. I'm using the.
You're going up to the fire?
Yeah, no, I'm not letting you do that. I'm sorry.
Tackle him.
Jesus Christ. You're just gonna let him burn? That's better?
You can't just kill a guy in
There is
public.
people everywhere.
Yeah, there's people watching. We can. That's not our decision to make. Like, if the cops do that, that's one thing, but it's not our decision.
Well, it's so much worse that you let me shoot him with one arrow and are now not letting me kill him. Why did you not stop me in the first place then? Jesus
No, I didn't
Christ.
know you were gonna shoot him. I'm just standing here and you just go, goodbye. I'm like, what the heck? I figured, okay,
Well,
we get the
I
second
stand there
shot, we
just
call it.
staring.
I figured we get the second shot, we call it. But if we gotta go, this is a bit much.
Okay, I stand there staring at Garrett as this guy screams right next to us.
Maybe 20 feet, 15, 20 feet away.
Yeah, he's not next to. Yeah, he's away. Yeah.
I feel like that's close enough that I'm not like, I don't know. He's very present in our experience of the environment, I would say.
Fine. I turn around and I ask the people, does anyone object if we put him out of his misery?
What the fuck's going on? No one is in their
burning to
right
death.
mind.
He's burning to death. I mean, what we
I don't
can't put
fucking
him out.
know. Well, we would do. Like, no one knows what to do, really. Like, this is definitely a case of, like, there's bystander effect going on right now.
Do we see any sign of, like, the enforcers coming or anything?
From the river, no.
Okay. Give me that thing. I take his crossbow, and I will roll to...
I hand it over and I literally sit down.
I will roll to
Just
shoot
like
him.
cross my arms and just like, okay, fine. Fucking, you don't want me to do it, then you can do it.
Fine. Alright, well, one more try at this. After that, we're leaving it to the authorities. And I will, roll to shoot with the crossbow. I'm just gonna do like a regular shoot with my...
Here, let me go ahead and just, there you go. Should have a crossbow now.
Okay.
You take a shot. It hits him in the arm. He's unfazed. The bolt burns away almost immediately into nothingness.
I love how I actually hit him and it only does 2 damage.
Yep. Rolled a 1 on the damage die, so...
Level 10!
This is on you, man. I'm sitting
What are you
here.
doing?
This is ridiculous.
I was yelled at, so now I'm done.
I'm sorry for yelling at you. Can I have another crossbow bolt?
I hand you my quiver. Knock yourself out.
You guys are taking pot shots at this guy in the middle of a crowd. This is not how an assassination should go.
It's not an assassination. We're putting him out of his misery.
Yeah, no, it's not an assassination anymore.
I love street driving an assassination.
All right. This is it. This is it. One last shot. After this, I'm done. I'm not. That's gonna just fly on by.
Into the water.
Forget this. I go like I'm gonna throw the crossbow down, but I'm like, I'm not gonna ruin his crossbow, and I hand it back to Rohan, and I kind of walk off.
I just sit there. I just watch him burn, I guess. I don't know what
He
else I'm
is still
supposed to do.
screaming, by the way. Like, we are on probably minute 5 of him in the water screaming at this point.
Is the fire not like Doppelstreak burned pretty quickly? I mean,
Yes.
they both.
Yes, in
went
the
up
course
at
of
the same time.
minutes, he melted into nothingness.
And because he's in the water and it's
Kristof is
acting as a
not?
heat soak.
Kristof is not.
Is it because he's in the water?
Flames
Like,
at
do we
the
know if it's
house
because
went
he's in
out?
water?
Oh. What are you guys doing? Just watching him burn?
I give him a few minutes, I guess. It's like watching a fireworks show.
All right, Frey, what are you and Streak doing?
I will relay back that we attempted to put him out of his misery, but we can't seem to hit the broadside of a barn tonight, and I don't know what to do at this point.
You're getting like static from Streak's head right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think Ray will run into the house. What's going on? Are you okay?
We're fine.
No, to Streak.
Yeah, to Shriek.
Oh, the street. I thought you
Streak
were
is
relaying
very
through
bloody
Street, I
and
apologize.
covered in ash.
Oh god, yeah, Shriek's
There-
got like a giant cut across his back where there's just blood gushing, was like gushing out for a little while.
You don't look okay. Should we get somebody?
Mira is already attempting to tend, or at least, like, you know, putting bandages around him.
Can they hear the screaming from the river from here?
If the door's open, yeah.
Yeah, Frey probably would have left it open in his
I'm-
rush.
I'm gonna assume that Streak is also probably hearing it through the earring.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay, yeah.
Well, I think Garrett has the other earring, so
Yeah. So
I'm
I mean, you
just
wouldn't be
over there,
hearing it unless I'm thinking about it. You'd have to be. I'd have.
are
to be
you still
thinking
here?
of
I thought
screaming.
you went back, right?
I walked off. I didn't go back. I just kind of
Okay.
walked away like a little bit.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, what are you guys doing? Heading back to the house then, or heading back to heading back to Kristof's house, the Guarantine house? What's up?
I would like to use my bracelet to grab the Gladius sword,
Okay.
and I would like to walk up and slit his throat.
All right, you head into the water. As you get closer, the fire continues to burn. He's up to, like, his chest and just like screaming and trying to put out this fire. And were you gonna try and just like stab him through the throat?
Yeah, just like as far away from, like, keeping my body as far away from as possible. But yeah, just
All right.
trying to, with the tip of this sword, just try to slash his throat. Do it as quickly.
He
as
doesn't
possible.
seem to notice you, so even though he is flailing at melee range, I would say you would be able to attempt an execution attack, which would mean...
Do I do an execution attack? Is that a thing I'm capable of?
Yeah, everyone's capable of it. I will say, in this case, just go ahead and give me... It's only going to be like a 6 for the check, but go ahead and give me a dex stab.
Okay.
I don't think Mira is capable of execution attacks mentally.
Yeah, but physically she's very good at it. Have you seen what she can do to a jail cell door?
Mm-hmm.
And as you go to drive the blade into his chest, neck? Where are you going with it?
Throat. Yeah.
Throat, yeah. You take 6 damage from the fire around him. And the fire begins to just kind of grow up, and it like reflects off as if shielding him from the blade.
Really?
Really.
Jesus Christ. Wait, do I see arrow wounds then? No?
Do you see arrow wounds?
Yeah, like,
You
sorry,
can't see
crossbow
a-
bolt.
You can't see any, like, he's completely engulfed in flame. You only can make out a humanoid form. If you didn't know this was Kristof, you would not know it's Kristof at this point.
Oh. Wow. Well. Okay.
And now
I'll go
he is
home.
moving in your direction as if to grab you.
Nope. I go home. If I can't kill him, then what am I doing here? I
All
go
right,
home.
so you attempt to stab through him, and when that fails, it was as if, like, a force repelled your blade.
Yeah. This is like some type of fucking torture flame magical effect thing, which above my pay grade, so I'm out of here.
All right. You head back.
I think I just like yell to the others like, "Well, I tried. It's magical. Good luck." And then I just walk away.
Garrett, you're heading back as well?
Yeah, I'll head back.
Okay, back to Frey and Strieg. What are you guys doing?
I think Frey is definitely very, very, very agitated. Keeps kind of looking in the direction he can hear those distant screams from. Is that's Kristof, right?
Streak has his hands over his ears, but he nods.
He won't stop. And I think Frey will go and he'll go and close the door to try and shut them out.
All right, and you do so. It is, for better or worse, about the only thing you can do. Eventually, a couple of minutes later, hear the door open, and I assume the rest of the gang's coming back.
Yeah.
Streak will take the earring out as soon as Garrett says he's on his way back.
Yeah.
You guys get back to the Guarantine residence. Garrett, as you and Rowan are heading back, the crowd has grown considerably, and there are now, at this point, a couple of Sacred Blade enforcers arriving on the scene.
Yep, perfect time to be ducking out. I have no idea what you're talking about. We didn't shoot any crossbows at anyone. Just zoop.
Is
There's no bolts,
Doppelstreak's
but-
body still burning?
When Garrett and Rowan left, it was a smoldering hunk of flesh that burnt so much it no longer looked human and was just a hunk of flesh on the front porch.
Cool. Okay.
I think I do tell the others that, like, you know, we tried to put Kristof out of his misery, and things just bounced off of him. It seems like the flame is meant to keep him alive and torture him. Nothing I could do about that, so I guess it's some kind of magical effect that works differently for him than it did for Doppelstreak, since he's gone.
Other than that, yeah, there's no other signs of blue flames at that point either. It is just smoldering smoke, and where the fires stopped, they just stopped, ending.
Having seen the fire, do I know anything else about, like, the magical effect now?
Give me an int notice to see what you noticed when you were heading back past the house. It looks like whatever it was a very intense and targeted arcane effect, but
Yeah.
beyond that, it was obviously meant for Kristof, and I mean, you don't see anything else.
Yeah.
What about the lantern?
What about it?
Is it still there?
Yeah, I mean, Rowan, if you're looking, you would see the lantern, a small oil lantern near the left side of that. I guess it would be the north side of the house. A small crack in it, a little spark of flame still burning.
In the lantern?
Yeah, not blue, just a regular spark of flame.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, I'll fill them in. on everything I saw when I get back. But yeah. Well, I'm to leave Fortuna Soul.
Probably.
Yeah. I really can't tell if this solved all of our problems for us or if this is way worse, but, you know.
I mean, you guys kinda didn't do jack shit in a good way. And now there's probably not gonna be anyone taking shots at us through a window.
Yeah. He doesn't have an arm to use the crossbow.
And like, you guys can't be tied to this.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, neither can you really, because he's dead, so I assume if they think he's you, then they'll think he's dead, so I don't know. But what do we do with this one? And I like gesture to new Doppelstreak.
Is he okay?
Very faint breathing.
I'll take a look and see if there's any mending or healing or anything I can do for him to treat his wounds.
Yeah, I mean, give me a D6 plus your heal. Yeah, I mean, he still seems to be unconscious just from getting beat to shit. Like, he's very bruised up, old cuts, new cuts, all over his face. He's a dirty mess. You could, like, you pick, like, pieces of glass out of his head that fell on him when Streak dove through a window. Everything just looks like a fucking mess, but he looks like he's gonna survive.
Krieg, you're looking pretty rough. Do you want me to take a look at you too?
Yeah, sure. It might be nice if my back wasn't bleeding all over the floor. Yeah, that's it.
With
see
Mira
if I
doing
can do
her
a little-
best to clean and keep things organized, the two of you are able to patch him up enough that he's at least not in horrible shape. And, yeah, you clean up, or your good friend Strieg and your new friend Doppelstrieg too, and yeah. The night is yours.
Maybe we should get him to one of the guest rooms.
Yeah, but do we need to keep an eye on him, you think, or?
I don't know, what do you think? And Freya looks at Strieg.
I mean, he was out of it already when I got him out, so he's probably gonna be pretty confused when he wakes up. Might be mad at me like the last one was too, so maybe not seeing me at first would be good. He might already think he's me.
Okay.
Well, if he looked like this when you found him, then maybe that conditioning isn't complete yet.
Maybe our strongest stays with him just in case it is.
And I look at Mira.
Yeah.
She gives a concerned nod and, yes, I could stay with him, of course.
Just in case he wakes up and decides that, I need to die.
She gives a nod.
Well, I think we should all probably get some sleep so we can leave in the morning. Assuming that's what everybody thinks is right.
See how things play out, at least.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Streak's going down to the basement and going the fuck to sleep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Frey will watch Streak go for a minute. Definitely kind of mulling something over, but he will let out a sigh. Oh, good night then. And he'll head back to his room.
Well, I think we're doing partner system, so I can stay up with Mira first watch, and then, yeah, I guess whoever else, I'll wake somebody up. Assuming we're doing watches, yes.
I mean, Frey already left
Double
the
Streak
room,
did.
so he has not
Yeah.
agreed to any watch.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't think Street
Just
did
like-
either, honestly.
Just like, do we want someone awake to look out for things, or?
Guess that's
mean,
for Garrett and Rohan to discuss.
Yeah.
The most immediate danger is dead on the lawn across the street, so...
Yeah.
On the porch.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm going to
Excuse me.
sleep. If I die in my sleep, so be it. I need sleep. Fuck it. I'm done.
Everyone's going to sleep?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
During first watch, you hear knocking on the door and screaming just down your porch. Kristof says, "Let me in."
Oh. Alright, I assume everyone's back in the rooms that were assigned to them, getting some comfortable rest. Strieg, at least cursory, patched up, and
It's good. It stopped the bleeding.
it is sometime later, Strieg, you make your way to bed, and you feel someone shaking you awake very quickly. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase. Everyone else, please get out.
Oh, fuck me.
Jesus. Okay.
Damn it.
And you feel someone shaking you awake very quickly. And you open your eyes and you see the familiar visage of Lorenza.
Oh, God. I'm gonna... When she woke me up, I probably said bolt upright and grab my crossbow, so I immediately just, lower it slowly back down.
Hey,
Jesus.
hey, what the fuck is going on? Did he use it?
I could ask you the same thing.
Did he use it?
Did he? By it, do you mean the big blue ball of fire?
Fuck!
Yeah, fuck! What the fuck was that, Lorenza?
I don't know. He's been talking about it being his way out. He's gotta let him out. But it was dangerous. I don't know. What happened to it? Do you have it?
Do I have it? No. Did you not see the house across the street? It's gone.
The lantern's gone?
The fuck? And I didn't look for a lantern.
Fuck. Fuck.
I was a little too concerned about him fucking
You
burning
left a-
alive.
Streak, he left a fucking trail of bodies getting to that. He had a plan. After what we did, I chased him down, but he's fucking fast. He might not be you, but he's damn good.
Yeah, and now he's dead, so what?
Yeah, but killed a lot of people and he got that fucking lantern. And I don't know what it was, but it's dangerous. And fuck.
Yeah, fuck.
He wanted it. He tortured people to get that. He tortured a lot of people.
Fuck.
I don't know what it does, but it's important.
I got a pretty good idea what it can do.
Well, yes, but more than that. That's...
How the fuck did you even get in here? Did you break in?
Yes! How
Damn
else would
it.
I have gotten in here?
I don't. God, I don't know.
The back door was
Did you
barely
see-
even locked.
Yeah, it's not the best. But was he still screaming out there when you came?
Screaming? What?
He
Who,
caught
Streak?
Papa on.
Oh,
He caught Papa on fire and it wouldn't go out. And Papa had been screaming down in the river for hours.
no, I didn't hear anything about that.
What about over at the house? Was there still crowds and shit, guards everywhere?
I mean, there were some enforcers that... Fuck, I wasn't hoping it came to this.
What were you... how else was this gonna... Fuck! What's supposed to happen now?
I don't know, Streak. I don't fucking know. But... whatever that thing was that he used... I don't fucking know. He killed this collector, this antiques dealer. Tortured his son. Found out what happened with it. Something looking for a lantern. And then he ended up fucking killing a quartermaster for the soldiers of the blue and stealing it from him.
Jesus
It's a
Christ.
fucking weapon. What the fuck happened to it? Is it gone?
It was just sitting there when I left, so...
It was
I'm
sitting
gonna-
there! So it's still...
I don't know, whoever... Someone might have picked it up by now.
Fuck.
Yeah, fuck.
What the fuck have we gotten ourselves into, Streak?
I don't know. I knew he was crazy. I didn't know he was that crazy. He was laughing as he burned alive, Lorenza.
I can't... I was trying to figure out what it was, what he wanted, and... Fuck, I was too late. Something about a fucking lantern. If it's still there, we should... That might be our way out of all this.
How is that our way out? Are you
He seemed to
suggesting
think
we...
it was.
Yeah, it was his way out because now he's dead.
Yes, but how do we know that there's not...
There's not
I don't
what?
want someone else getting that. What if this keeps happening? What if it's worth a lot? This could be my way to retirement. Streak, we could take that, sell it, and be done. Take it back to the fucking soldiers of the blue. Tell them, here,
Yeah.
give us a fucking retirement. We disappear. We can go
Yeah,
anywhere.
Except they think that I was the one who tortured and murdered and stole for it. You think they're just gonna let me return it?
I'll do it, then. I'll do it.
See if I can find it, okay? If it's there, we can meet up, we can sell it. But
Just
if
said you don't want
it's
anything to
gone,
do
it's
with it.
gone.
We should let me then. If you don't want anything to do with it, then just let me. Where was it?
You don't get involved with this shit. You
Why?
stay away.
What makes you so special, Streak?
Because I don't care if I die.
And at that point, she just kind of like, why? You sound like him.
Gee, I wonder why.
So what, the next time you have a problem, you're going to fucking use it?
No. God, no. Made it this far, haven't I?
Give me a charisma convince. Fuck. Fine. Fuck! So what's the plan? You go and find it, and then what? I'll sell it back to him?
Yes. Yes, I'll try and find it. If it's still there, if it's not there, fuck, I don't know. We might be getting out of town.
What about... She kind of motions above her. What about the rest of them?
What about them?
They coming with you? Can they be trusted?
I trust them. They're good people.
Just gives a nod. Alright, well... Fuck. I guess I'll fucking wait here. Hurry up.
Alright, I guess I'm gonna go look and see if the lantern's still out there.
You head out, and you can see there are a couple of enforcers that are stationed at the edge of the road near where the path begins to lead up to Kristof's former home. What are you doing? You gonna try and just like sneak around them, or?
Can I see, like, from where I am, do I see the lantern anywhere?
You cannot see it from the road, no.
Alright. I'll do, like, still keeping my distance, but just trying to sneak a little closer.
Okay, so like try and get like next door,
Just trying
essentially.
to get a better vantage point, yeah, to see if I can see if it's there or not.
Give me a dex sneak. Quietly move through the night. God damn. There it sits at the edge, just past the edge of the porch where it landed in front of you some hours ago.
Are there a lot of enforcers around? Like, what's the layout of people around the house?
So there is one that is... looks like they're kind of like idly wandering around, like, you know, not even patrolling, that would be too much. And then there are two that are at the, like, entryway where the path starts to head to the house you don't see anymore.
Do any of them seem to have, like, noticed the lantern in any way? Or is
No.
it just like, yep, there was a lantern?
No, it looks like everyone's just treating it like, you know, wreckage from a disaster right now.
Alright, I'm gonna...
Sneak back through the nearby yard and grab it.
Like, what is the line of sight on all of the people around to the lantern?
So the two people who are near the, like, road couldn't even see it. Like, they're not even looking in that direction. They're looking to, you know, keep people away, the public. The other guy keeps pacing around, and, like, half the time he's on the other side of the house.
Yeah, alright, I'll time it so that other guy is far away. And then I'll grab it. God damn it, I'm gonna get myself killed. Alright.
Alright, as you pick the lantern up, you see just the faintest blue spark. Just into it. And go away. There is a single Y crack, like it starts at the bottom and then splits into a Y, about halfway up. Otherwise, it is perfectly fine. And you're heading
Great.
back?
Yep, I'm booking it back to the Guaranteed house.
Seems like a normal lantern. It, like, when you're holding it by, like, the handle at the top, it squeaks a little bit. There's a little turn for enabling and disabling the oil. It's normal. You make your way back, and it's been maybe 10, 15 minutes. Downstairs, you can see where your bedroll is, and Lorenza was seemingly sitting up against where you were sleeping, waiting, and she has passed out. Like, she's still got her hands on her knees, but her head is just up against the wall, and she's sleeping.
I will very gently tap her knee with my foot.
As you do, she and quickly just grabs that knife, and then... fuck, it's been a long night, Shriek. What the
You're
fuck
telling
happened?
me.
What happened?
I kind of lift the lantern a little bit. This your lantern?
I guess. Was it there?
Yeah.
I don't know what
it
the
was
fuck
one
it
he
looks
was
like. It
holding.
sounds like it.
Yeah, this is the
Why?
thing he was holding.
Must be. Let's fucking... Tomorrow, I'll sell that back to the Blue. We'll fucking retire. Go anywhere we want.
Just
Fucking
be
done.
careful, okay? If this was stolen, they might not.
Oh.
You first ask questions later, right?
Fuck. Am I good to hide out here for the night, then?
Yeah, of course.
And with that... the night ends. And a new dawn begins. It is...
Could have said a watch.
yeah, you should have. It's a lot more interesting.
So
if you
nice that
didn't.
nothing happened all night.
And as the sun begins to rise and you all begin to awaken, or I assume Frey's going to try and sleep in, but some of you begin to awaken. It is the sounds of the trouncing of Magnus, who is seemingly making breakfast. That would be the thing that awakens everyone.
The trouncing?
Yeah, like he's very loud and jumping around and everything. He seems very excited.
Oh,
My
I think
understanding
trouncing means
is-
like getting beat up.
Yeah.
I was like, oh no,
Now, like,
time to run.
okay. It sounds like it, the way he
Okay.
moves around sometimes in the kitchen.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Cool.
So
yeah.
I guess I will go downstairs and take a look.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I'm gonna head downstairs, and I would like to just take a peek out the window before I talk to anybody and see if I can, I don't know, get a vibe of like, did anything happen at the Kristof house overnight?
What you see is maybe the most discomforting thing that you personally, Rowan, could imagine, which is a legion of maybe 15 soldiers of the Blue currently in a showdown with the Sacred Blade Enforcers. Weapons are drawn, and there are like words being thrown back and forth.
Huh.
Okay. I'm just gonna ignore that. I'm just going to eat. Not my circus, not my monkeys. Has never felt more appropriate.
So Magnus is up, Rohan is up, I'm up. What about Mira, Alice?
Mira is up and, redressing wounds, checking on everyone, cleaning first thing. Alice is very hungover, and Magnus seems to be making her eggs very excitedly.
How's Doppelstreak Jr. doing?
Doppelstreak 2 is, sleeping, it seems like. Like, the breathing's a little bit better. He doesn't seem to be conscious.
Alright, I will ask if anyone has seen Strieg or Frey, though Frey's probably still asleep at this time.
I have not. obviously. Can we check? Oh, I guess the wine cellar. That's where Shriek was.
I mean, I was gonna wait for Magnus or Alice or Mira to chime in, but yeah, why don't we check the wine cellar?
Yeah.
Alice is just, she gives kind of like a, I trust whatever you want to, just fuck. But otherwise, yeah, you guys head to the wine cellar.
The Guarantines know what happened to Kristof's last night.
I think Mira would have filled them in, but,
Okay.
you know,
Maybe
this is
not
kind
in
of,
bloody detail.
yeah. So who's heading down to check on Shriek?
I will.
Yeah. I'll sit and eat breakfast.
So you head down, and what is Shriek doing?
Probably still asleep.
Okay. I mean, as long as he's alive.
All right. Yeah, he still seems to be asleep. You gotta wake him up, see what's going on, or just head back up?
Nah. He almost got killed yesterday, and then he almost died again, so he can sleep. It's fine. He needs his rest. I will go back upstairs and get some food. I'll just say to Garrett, yeah, he's still sleeping. I think he's probably needs some rest.
And at that point, Magnus just, oh, yeah, I was taking a look, and it seems like Mr. Frey's still asleep too, but you know, I still got enough eggs for everybody right now. I make a couple of deals, I owe some favors, but we're getting good eggs today.
Nice. Thank you, Magnus.
Not a problem, not a problem. That's what a good host does. That's what Miss Mira says every time. Ain't that right, Miss Mira? And she just kind of gives an idle smile and quick nod while still looking at the wounds and dirt and general awfulness of the second Shriek here.
I think at this point, Streak probably stumbles his way upstairs. So are we, actively fleeing, or, we have time for breakfast?
I think breakfast is fine. Also, we probably don't want to walk outside right now if you want to look out the window, so...
What's going on outside?
I think you should just take a look.
What do I see when I look?
You see about a dozen blue cloaks that currently maybe 3 or 4 of them have weapons drawn, and they are arguing with a number of Sacred Blade enforcers in front of the Kristof house.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do we know what that's about? Do we care what that's about?
I mean, I'm okay with any of those people dying, so as long as they don't come here, I guess it's fine, but I mean, I assume they're fighting over, I don't know, blaming somebody for Kristof or jurisdiction or something.
Right. Okay. Okay. Follow up. My friend is here. If that's cool. Do we have enough food?
Yeah, I'm sure we have enough food, and if we don't, we can figure something out. That's good that your friend's here.
I'll kind of tap the floor twice with my foot to signal that she can come up.
And she does so very carefully and almost calculated in even though, you know, she's been told it's okay, she still reaches and kind of looks both ways before coming out of the wine cellar and kind of like, essentially like checking corners before. Very much a trained paranoia in her, and then she just kind of wasn't exactly sure how this was going to go down.
Yeah, this is, everyone, this is Lorenza, Garrett, Rohan, Magnus, Mira, Alice.
And Frey's somewhere.
Oh, yeah, there's another one,
For
too.
someone who has so few friends and so much a loner, you certainly have gathered quite a pack here.
Yeah, I'm still not quite sure how that happened.
Did you, tell them about our plan?
No, getting there.
At this point, she, like, grits her teeth a bit, like, oops. In the background, Magnus just, I'll be the more the merrier, always says, and, everyone else does too, but, a friend of Streaks, a friend of Frey's is a friend of Streaks is a friend of mine, so, or something like that. A friend of Streaks who's a friend of... And he kind of
We're all
pauses and
friends
trains
here.
off. He just kind of nods. Oh, I suppose we all.
What's the plan?
So the lantern that other me was using last night,
Mm-hmm.
apparently kind of a big deal. Kind of very
How?
magic.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Was that the plan to burn down Kristof there?
Streak looks at Lorenzo with like an eyebrow raised.
Alright, so not really. He got a tip some time ago about, artifact of great power coming into the city. Thought it would be his way out. Well... And at this point, she produces from her pack a slightly smaller than average oil lantern. It looks fairly unremarkable outside of the most interesting thing about it is a single crack coming from the bottom of the glass container that then splits into a Y. Well, he enacted
Is this
everything.
the one from last night?
She gives a nod. He tortured a lot of people and killed quite a few to figure out where this was and how to use it. At this point, she's like looking outside, not to bury the lead, but he did steal this from the soldiers of the Blue.
So probably why they're upset with everything and why they're out there.
Killed one of the quartermasters yesterday, too.
Oh fuck, he killed one of the quartermasters?
Yes.
Do you know the name of the quartermaster or what he looks like or any of that
No, I wasn't
information?
about to interact with them. I didn't want to be found an accessory to all of this.
Well, we have a friend who's a quartermaster of the Soldiers of the Blue, so...
Oh,
Oh shit!
Yeah, I mean, he's like the head quartermaster, so like it may not necessarily have been him. Might have been one of his people, but
But whatever the
Well-
case, yes, it seems we have something that they desire, and
well, I don't. I'll be honest. I don't even know if Kristof is with us anymore. He did get lit on fire with whatever that blue fire is, and it didn't seem to go out when he went into the river. Rohan and I did try to
resolve the situation, basically put him out of his misery, because burning it to death is not a good time. And I look over at Rohan, and I'm like, I apologize for yelling at you again last night. I just wasn't sure necessarily how to handle that with all those people around.
No, I wasn't mad. I was just over it, you know?
Yeah.
Honestly, it's fine. I just was like, I don't know what the right thing to do in this situation is, and I've done what I was gonna do, so.
But we weren't able to really do anything, and he was still burning when we left, so... Yeah.
At this point, she's like holding up this lantern and just looks scared shitless at it. And she motions to hand it to Streak.
Streak takes it very delicately and then sets it down in front of Rohan very fast.
I will grab it and hold it, and just ask, like, so we have the lantern. What is it that we want to do with it? Are we trying to return it? Are we trying to take it? Are we?
Oh, well, from what not Streak and I had gathered, mostly him, but she kind of like, I did help a little bit.
What
It
was
seems-
his name, so we don't have to keep calling him not Streak?
I don't
or
know, when I met
Doppelstreak?
him,
Oh,
Papa's
okay,
had
he was-
already taken that away from him.
Okay.
We
What I
just give him a
gather.
name.
This is some sort of
Larry.
weapon, valuable thing soldiers of the
Mhm.
Blue were planning to have? I don't know.
Yeah.
My plan was to sell it back to them so that Streak and I could escape anywhere else. It's now, after the other Streak died. I had delusions that it would be used to free us all. I don't know. I think he knew more about it than I did. Kept that to himself.
I'm gonna say that I think selling it back to them is a bad idea. I mean, you know, maybe I'm paranoid. I feel like I had the same calculation with Kristof, but I don't think they will take kindly to somebody who has a thing of theirs, and also
Well-
who knows about. If you had to kill a quartermaster to even find out about it and stuff.
So
I feel
what
like
mean-
somebody
do we
who knows
do
it's
with
in
it
enough.
then?
So theoretically, if the quartermaster who was killed wasn't our friend, we can go to our friend and be like, "Hey, we recently came into possession of a magical artifact that, from the individual we acquired it from. We're told that it originally came from you guys. If you want it back, we can arrange for that. But this isn't, we weren't involved in the acquiring of this. This is just like, it fell into our lap, and we want to get rid of this thing because it seems pretty dangerous. Or we can literally just bury it somewhere and just say, forget this.
I mean, if we're gonna do that, we might as well just keep it. I mean,
Or that too.
No.
I mean, at this
But,
point, if Kristof is dead, you guys are free, basically.
yeah. One good thing that came out of us looking through all of the paperwork yesterday was that it's pretty clear that nobody else knows anything about you guys. So if Kristof's gone, you guys are free.
He was the not holding everything together for this particular side of the business.
Yeah. I think Garrett's idea is a good one. We could talk to our friend. I feel like he's at least, if we want to sell it back to Soldiers of the Blue, we can say that we know who has it, and they'd be willing to part for for a price or something, so that they'll understand.
Yeah,
that they
even
have
if it's
to
just
explore.
safe passage out of the city.
Yeah. And or another option is we could maybe sell it to the Blades, because it seems like they're having a standoff out there, and
I feel like the standoff is more like, hey, you guys are trying to interrupt an official investigation.
I
Yeah.
did kind of steal that lantern from out there last night after this all went down, so
yeah.
it
Right,
could be
there-
over the lantern.
Well, no. So what I'm thinking
Well, I
is,
think the soldiers of the blue are definitely there for that, but I think
right,
he's saying that the Blades might not care about the lantern.
right. The Blades don't care or don't know about the lantern. They're there investigating why this house burned down and why this guy ran into the river on fire. And the soldiers of the blue are getting in the way of
on
that.
the door.
Oh fuck. Street grabs Lorenzo and they dive into the cellar.
I hand them the lantern as here, take the lantern.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Take it
Assuming
and
they take it.
run.
cool.
Yeah.
I just look at Garrett like,
Knock, knock, knock again.
I will go take a look.
if Frey's asleep, then it's you. So
I will go to the door and open it.
You see a blue cloak with a gilded sigil, and gentleman maybe 50s, kind of a slightly short, almost like slightly more than stubble, gray beard, helmet on but up, wearing a full suit of iron chainmail.
Can I help you, sir?
Hello, yes, I am here on behalf of... Let me pause this for a moment. Under the authority of Sacred Blade Industries, I am representing Soldiers of the Blue. My name is Captain Roland Aldrich. Go ahead and...
All right. Captain Roland, my name's Garrett. How can I help you?
Well, there was something that happened last night, and kind of motions. We're just wondering, there was a person of interest that we believe had something to do with it, a possible assassin. We cannot say for sure. He was believed to be about yay high, a bit on the scrawny side, younger, short hair, dark. We believe that he had to do with the assassination of a gentleman who lived there, who was a very respected member of Danforth Equinox Allied Lendings. We're just trying to figure out what happened, and we believe that others within the company of Deal may be at risk, so we wish to have this gentleman apprehended post-haste. If you've seen or heard anything at all, we would be in your debt to know so.
I think I'd just like to chime in, like from back wherever I'm sitting at the table, just kind of like try to pretend I'm as shocked as possible and just be like, "Oh my god, did Mr. Kristof die?"
Yes, he was assassinated last night. Some sort of fire broke out.
Oh no.
Yeah, I saw. We saw the fire. We went to see what was going on.
You were there. Did you see anyone matching that description?
I saw someone on fire in the river, but
no one else. No one who arrived and possibly started this fire.
No, we happened to we had been out for the evening, and as we had come back, we saw the fire and the smoke, and we went over to go see what was going on or if we could help someone, but we didn't see the start of it.
Nothing strange, unusual, and no one fitting that description. A younger, no more than mid-20s gentleman would be.
I mean, we had put in
good information leading to this
investigation.
man's capture. Could weigh as much as 5,000 gold.
Well, we had put in an investigation to someone matching that description, as they had tried to take a shot at us earlier this week from our neighbors from the neighbor's house here, but we haven't seen anyone since then. We
I'm
think they
sorry,
might have.
you're saying that this person tried to attack you?
Yeah, earlier in the week we got a hold of the cops.
At
or
this
not the
point,
cops, the enforcers about
at
it.
this point he pauses and whistles over someone else, and you see a squire come over. I'm going to need you to take notes, please. He quickly recaps. Apparently, the gentleman who assassinated the deal manager was attempted assassination here on your lives as well.
Yeah, so I basically just re-give the information about when we were assaulted that I had originally given that we had originally given to Sacred Blade.
And that
Just
the
kind of
Hales
the
have been-
whole, you know.
And what
so
is your
this is our-
connection with Denforth Equinox Allied Lendings?
I mean, we had so. This isn't my house. I'm staying here with some friends, the Guarantines. We had talked to Mr. Kristof, just neighborly conversation. Seemed like a very nice person. He had mentioned he worked with Deal. We had mentioned we had started a new company of our own, and we're maybe looking for some employment. But he said maybe he might have something, he might not. Wasn't sure he was going to see about drafting up some papers, but we never, officially signed anything or whatever. But
So what was this in regards to? Why was he trying to draft up papers? What reason would this gentleman have to attempt on your lives and then his?
I don't know why he would want to try to kill us. We had we'd recently come into some property. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not very good with names. One of your head quartermaster, Rohan. What was his name again? He hired us to clear out the castle, the keep.
Grayson Hoslow?
Grayson. Yes, Grayson Oslo had originally hired us some weeks back to retrieve some items from his keep, his ancestral keep, and in doing so, he awarded us with the keep as property for retrieving the items for him, and we do a little bit of freelance work of that nature, kind of recovering lost items, handling outbreaks
A
of
sellsword company.
small
yes,
monsters
yes.
and stuff.
The name of this
Yeah.
company?
Fortune's Accord.
Fortune's Accord. All right, and I will confirm this with Chief Supply Horslow. Make sure everything is good. And this, you never had any interactions with this gentleman? Never saw him before?
I think, and I think he kind of tried to case the joint. We'd ordered some food from a nearby restaurant. Someone matching that description came.
Okay, but
When-
why?
and then, like-
what was it that he had?
It wasn't me per se. It was one of my companions who's currently
Yes, and
asleep
why?
right
What
now,
is your
but
connection that he would attempt an assassination on one of
I
you
don't-
and then a much larger one on?
I don't know. Maybe he thought we were someone else. I honestly don't know. We were just sitting down to dinner and a crossbow flew in from the neighbor's balcony through the window and almost shot my friend.
Very
We-
well.
I mean,
We're
it's
not-
not our house, so
Yeah.
maybe he was aiming for somebody who actually lives here, or I don't know. I mean, he didn't
For the time
tell
being,
us why he was going to kill us.
he
before
is
did,
still
you know?
at large, so we have been authorized on behalf of Sacred Blade Industries to dispense security measures against people. That way we may capture them and keep you safe. So you will be having at least 2 of our soldiers here for the foreseeable future until this gentleman has been caught. If you find anything else, you may find us at our temporary offices within the main hall, the central hall, or we will have additional setups within the Fortunes Square for the time being as well.
I mean, Do they think he's still here? I mean, there's no walls around the city. What's to have stopped him from just running off?
We have people watching that as well.
Okay.
The
Should
roads are
we-
being
should we be
patrolled.
leaving the house? Like, should we get out of town or something?
I would say that staying in or leaving the house is not going to protect you based on what has happened. So I think the best thing that you can do is go about your life. Do not worry. The soldiers of the blue are here to protect you, along with Sacred Blade
friends.
Industries and their enforcers.
That's a good tagline. The soldiers of the blue are here to protect you. I like that. That's a good tagline. Maybe get that on like some of your posters or something, because you guys are new, right? You're still recruiting.
Yes, we are.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm no one really, but you know, just like maybe a thought on the posters, something like that.
He just gives a nod and motions, and you see as 2 soldiers begin patrols around the Guaranteed House. Yeah, and if you see anyone matching that description, feel free to let one of our soldiers know as well.
Okay. And do they think that's just one man? Is there anyone else that they're?
We were told one man was seen fleeing the location, vaguely motions in the direction of Kristof's house.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for letting us know that that this man's still at large. And for the soldiers, the extra protection, we'll certainly keep an eye out. And if anything happens, we'll let either them know, or we'll go to any of those posts that you had mentioned and let them know as well.
I'm guessing since you knocked on this door that you are, I'm assuming, going door to door in the neighborhood to
He
ask
gives a
people if
nod.
they can-
Yes, we are.
Amazing. Oh, would you just, let us know if you do happen to hear anything from anybody else? Obviously, if our neighbors happen to have seen something, then being able to speak with them about what we saw, probably will calm our minds a little bit.
If it is within the purview of our investigation, we will do so post haste.
Thank you. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
And, Captain Aldrit makes his way out. You now have 2 soldiers of the blue patrolling and keeping guard at the Guaranteed House.
Are they just
Alright.
out front, or are they doing rounds?
One of them is consistently waiting out front while the other one does rounds. They do trade on and off every few minutes.
So I'm assuming one of us. Do you want to go downstairs and tell Strieg, or we got to tell him
Yeah.
that he's got to lay low, and we got to figure out maybe do some magical disguises so they don't look like Strieg.
Yeah, I'll go. You should probably go wake Frey up at this point.
Yeah.
I feel like now we have things to deal with.
I will go wake Frey up.
Cool. Yeah, I'll go downstairs and talk to Strieg and Lorenza.
Alright, we'll do Frey first. So, Frey, as your beauty sleep gets interrupted yet again. This time by...
Dad.
I was waiting for you to do like a description of the entry of the scene, but just Dad works too.
I'm knocking on your door to respect your privacy, but I'm opening it anyways to assert my authority.
Amazing reference.
I was gonna
love
say,
that.
just saying dad provided enough description.
Fairly
I can
Odd
picture it
Parents.
perfectly.
Oh.
Frey just kind of groans and rolls over, pulling the blankets over his head, and just says, "It's too early for this."
Yeah, it's not too early for this. I look. Are the windows open?
No, Frey definitely kept them closed,
Okay.
to not let in any screaming.
All right, we've got soldiers of the blue patrolling the ground for our quote-unquote safety. They found there's been reports of someone with Strieg's identity leaving the scene of the incident.
So they're patrolling our estate. I basically fobbed them off with like, oh hey, we were assaulted by some guy who may or may not have looked like that a couple weeks back, and regave them the same report that I gave to SBI, or that we gave to SBI when we originally were attacked.
I like that you say a couple
everything,
weeks
but-
back when it was literally yesterday.
Okay, was it yesterday? Oh my gosh! Oh, wow, I'm sorry. The time is just. It's a couple weeks back for David. It's
Yeah.
yesterday for Garrett.
Yeah.
I think it was the day
Um,
before, at least.
Yeah.
Maybe. Who knows?
I would need to double check.
Yeah.
I think like halfway through this spiel is when Frey finally kind of like drags himself out from beneath the blankets. Ugh, this...
So yeah. Also, breakfast is ready.
Okay, I can at least wrap my head around breakfast at the moment, but
Oh, and Streak's friend is here.
his friend?
Yes, the one who was supposed to be helping us find Doppelstreak, but who kind of eliminated himself last night. But yes, his friend Lorenza is here.
Okay. All right, I'll come down, and he drags himself out of bed, and he's gonna grab a bedrobe from the stand nearby, which I assume must belong to Alice's father.
Yeah.
So Frey will put that on over his pajamas. Well, breakfast first, and then... So, does this mean we want to leave town now?
I think we need to. I mean, at this point, I think with what we discovered last night, that Kristof was the glue holding the assassination part together. No one else knew anything about it, so I think we are good to leave town at this point, seeing as how Kristof is gone and Doppelstreak is gone as well. I don't think there's a lot of danger to us, but maybe we give it a day or so it's not super hyper vigilant, and then see if we can get out.
I
We
wouldn't want to
did-
be too
Yeah.
obvious about it.
We may or may not want to. So apparently that lantern that they used to blow up the house and light everything on fire was stolen from Swords of the Blue. So that may be something that, if we can get a hold of our friend Hoslow there, the quartermaster, if we can maybe get that back to them in an unobtrusive manner, just be like, hey, a friend of a friend of a friend found this and wants to get it back into the right hands.
We have it,
Yeah, we have the lantern.
and you want to give it to the soldiers of the blue.
I don't necessarily know if it's the right. It's an option. We haven't said that that's what we're gonna do yet. We haven't decided on any plans without consulting with everyone yet, unlike last time. So I'm just filling you in on that we have this thing, and an option is returning it for safe passage out of the city.
Okay. All right, breakfast first.
Yes, breakfast first. We've got the good eggs. That's what Mary says.
Oh, well,
And yeah. So with that, Garrett just kind of backs out and closes the door.
Frey is very, very frazzled, and you know what? He kind of like considers getting himself ready for the day for a moment, but after like a minute or so, he's just gonna follow Garrett down in his
Wow.
bedroom.
Character growth. We love it.
Character growth. Now he wakes up, wears a robe, and comes down all at once. Oh.
It is so funny for Frey to like wake up so much later than everyone and be like, "You did what without asking me?" It's like Frey, we've done nothing, but you've been asleep.
There were a lot of developments.
I'm just imagining Lorenzo walking in and us all being like, no, wait, just wait. Frey's gonna need to hear this.
But yeah, so Frey will go and sit himself down at the breakfast table. Definitely still kind of trying to get himself in order. And he'll look at Magnus and say, I heard we have the good eggs today.
Oh, well, I think that all eggs are good eggs, Mr. Fry, but, you know, these are some pretty good ones. I mean, you know, compared to, like, these, yeah, they're good eggs.
I'll have to see for myself. So, how are you doing this? Scrambled, sunny side, over easy, omelets?
Yeah, you know, was mostly just gonna. I'm not very good at cooking eggs, but you know, I gave it a try. So yeah, almost. That's that's easy.
May I have a plate?
And he slowly begins plating out. It is omelets, and then there is what looks like some sort, probably bacon, maybe ham they cut up. And then some sort of what looks like maybe some chopped tomatoes, just kind of on top of egg omelet.
Okay. Yeah, Frey will dig in. Is the omelet any good? Is it cooked well?
It's cooked well enough. It's definitely, like, not prepared in a way that you would expect someone to make an omelet.
Frey will give him a smile and say, just what I needed. Thank you, Magnus. You do make a good egg.
Oh yeah, I think Miss Mira used to call me a good egg sometimes. Okay, thinks about it, or maybe it was somebody else. Oh well, I get knocked in the head a lot. Sometimes I forget stuff.
Well, that's a little upsetting.
I
All
mean,
that
you
rough work
know,
you do.
honestly, Mr. Frey, like, you know, you should avoid just getting hit in the head. Like, I'm sure, you know, if not me, but you know, I would never punch you in the head. But if I did, I'm sure you'd start forgetting things. You know, it's like how, you know, if you like kick something on mistake and you're not wearing shoes, and you go ow, and it hurts, and sometimes you like break your toe. But then if you know, punch something, you'll forget about your broken toe for a little while. That's kind of different, but you know what I mean. Not that I will ever punch you or nothing.
I think I understand what you mean. What you mean perfectly. One pain to distract from the other.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean, Mr. Frey. That's it. Yep.
But have you ever thought about doing work where you don't get punched in the head?
Like what? I'm not too good at reading. And I'm really big and strong, so you know, sometimes I carry stuff, but that doesn't pay as well. Like if I'm not, you know, I'm doing, you know, security work and stuff, that's how I can afford the good eggs. I'm about to give you the bad eggs like some sort of asshole. I think I rolls his eyes a little bit at that, as if it's the last thing he would ever consider doing.
Well, I appreciate the thought. So what were you doing all night?
Working, obviously. I mean, you know, I was working security over at there was this bar, and they had hired somebody, called himself the Firebird or something. He was like, you know, he like had this thing where he'll like light himself on fire and then disappear and then reappear and not be on fire. It was a whole thing. He had this whole speech about it too. Honestly, I felt like I was just getting paid to like watch this guy do a thing, but you know, I'm not really good at understanding stories or nothing like that. So I thought it was cool though.
Certainly, it sounds like a spectacle.
I mean, you know, I'm sure you've seen better things, especially back like Alice here. I hear it's a lot nicer out there for that kind of sort of stuff. But you know, I mean, it was something. But, I mean, I'm sure we could, you know, find it. Maybe we could go tonight and see it.
Well, I suppose we'll have to wait and see what today brings. I mean, with all that trouble across the street,
Yeah,
and now the
I
soldiers
was-
hanging about the house.
Yeah, you think I should, you know, speak to them? I mean, I know you guys were saying I should, you know, wait and kind of, you know, what was it, weigh my options or something? But I mean, what if they get full? What if there's no more, you know? What if there's no more options to weigh?
Well, I think you have plenty of time. Organizations like that never stop looking for people to fill their ranks.
I mean, sure, but there's a difference between being, you know, some asshole who breaks up bar fights and somebody who's, you know, actually an enforcer. It might be the same thing here. What happens when they have enough? What happens when they don't have no more armor? They just go stop recruiting and then we're all shit out of luck. And I mean, I guess they just don't get it. Like, you know, it's good pay and it's safe, and
But what if it's not safe?
why would it not be? I mean, they already got the next mission planned out. They've been talking about it all non-stop for like a day now.
Really? What mission is that?
I'm gonna be heading out to one of them beacon keeps, working with them to find some weapon to defeat the Umbrii or something. Umbrii. He kind of rolls his eyes. Thumb things.
Frey raises an eyebrow at that. What, you don't think much of the Umbrii?
Oh, fuck them, but, you know, I don't think I'm gonna be much when it comes to, you know, fighting them or nothing. Like, fuck them. All that. I mean, if they have a way to fight them, I'd like to be on front lines for that. You know, imagine cutting down something that like that.
They do promise you dreams, but
Oh, but they also promise you coin.
yes, that is true. But the coin is another way to lure a person in.
I mean,
don't.
yes, that is how jobs work, Mr. Frey.
Frey gives a short laugh at that. Well, I suppose I did walk into that one.
At this point, he just kind of like pats Frey on the shoulder and just, it's alright. I mean, I walk into a lot of things. Though mostly it's like door frames and things that are too small, but I gotcha.
Magnus, I just worry that this soldiers of the blue thing and the man in charge, that they're just going to lead people into trouble, into fighting fights that aren't good for us.
But isn't getting rid of the Umbrii a good fucking fight to have, though? And first step of that is getting those greedy shits up at the fucking beacon keeps to actually share their abilities and shit, whatever it is that they do that deals with them.
What are these keeps?
What?
What are these? You see the beacon keeps?
Yeah.
Do these like ring a bell?
Yeah, so, Frey would know at least the basics about the Beacon Knights, the Beacons of Maneth Tyr. I think I've went into the history of them before. Have I really not done that since Ryan's joined the game, guys?
Probably not. I think we
Think
only
so.
encountered them when...
So, think of, like, these, traditionalist, almost like paladin types. They, So you have to go into a lot of history here, but after the fall of Iron Ferris, The Beacons of Maneth Tir were essentially this group that was set up to try and recover what was lost by returning back to Einferris. But over the years, they eventually, because the fall of Einferris had to do with the Umbraei, weren't quite known by that name at the time, but essentially the Umbraei just took over the entire country and killed everything. And it just became this scourged land that couldn't be livable. And after that, hundreds of years of the Beacons of Maneth Tir were actually able to fight the Umbraei when they went back, but they were always kind of seen as like a joke because they never really fought for anything. They just kind of had these beacon keeps in the world and they would help people, but they never really helped companies. They didn't do it for pay. They did it because they wanted to help. So they were kind of like a moneyless society of proud knights. But they were kind of seen as a joke because it's like, okay, you're gonna go throw your life away for a fucking monastery of assholes who wear armor and don't do anything. All right. And then after the Black Sun, all of a sudden it was like, oh, these guys can defeat the Umbraei. And all of a sudden they became incredibly well respected. But they are still very much a society of peoples who are more reclusive than some people would like. But they're very well respected. They generally trade very serious soldiers. Yeah, that's a basic overview of the Beacons of Maneth Tir. I will go ahead and write that out for you as well. Not the whole thing, but the Beacons of Maneth Tir.
Oh, I did not spell that right at all.
Not to be confused with the Beacons of Minas Tirith, which actually weren't called that. It was the Beacons of... I literally just had the name anyways, but, you know. Lord of the Rings, the beacons are lit. Gondor calls
So not to
for
be
aid.
confused with the bacons of Minas Tirith, because that's what we have for breakfast.
I thought that was Kevin Bacon. Kevin's Bacon.
Anyway, so
Have his own bacon.
we're getting a little off topic. So there's your quick histories lesson, Ronnie, that Frey would already know. Otherwise, yeah, so generally they're pretty well respected these days, but yeah, they do hold the key to defeating the Umbraei in some form. Yeah, I feel like, you know, that's the first step, you know? Nobody's ever went over to them and been like, hey, let's fucking do this. Let's fight them back. They were always, you know, just out in their keeps doing their thing, and that sucks for the rest of us. So we go down there, we go all soldiers of the blue and go down there and see what we can do, you know? I'd like to, you know, make a difference. That's the first step, right? Can't win a war without a sword to fight with. I hope I'm making sense, Mr. Frey. Like I said, I had a bit of a rough night.
Of course. Yeah. Well, I just sincerely wish that you'll find a different way.
He looks frustrated and he just looks over at everyone else and just, look, what other different way is there? Like, I'm not some scholar, I'm not smart, I can't read none too well. Never really did much in the way of learning. And carrying don't exactly pay much. Ask Miss Mira.
Am I here for this, or am I still downstairs?
I would imagine everyone would be here for this.
Okay. I think I'm gonna chime in and say, Magnus, the reason we have an issue with the Soldiers of the Blue is because the man who created it, the leader, Edelvine, I think that's his name, in a previous life, as in earlier in my life, I knew him as Lord Toussaint, and he kept me prisoner on his estate for 11 years, and tortured me, and also the rest of my naval company, who I believe are still being held prisoner by him, which is a whole other thing. But this is not a good man, and if you still think it's a good idea, then I think you should do what you want, but I wouldn't take him at his word that he has good intentions. Everything he says is about crushing people and demonstrating power and
His
winning, and
Magnus's face kind of scrunches up at this, and after a moment he just, how can you be sure it's the same person? I mean, it sounds like different people. Well, sure? He
if
doesn't have,
somebody
like-
held you captive for 11 years, do you think there's, I mean, in addition to the fact that I definitely recognize him, he also told Frey to say hello to Rohan. So he knows I'm here. He knows that I'm with Frey and the others. And he wanted to make a point of the fact that he knew that and that he still has that power over me. So it's not somebody who looks like him. It's him.
What? Well, why aren't you telling people about that? That changes things.
I mean, he
gets like this big green light here. I could be your mate on the inside. I could join. I get coin. I can, I'm pretty good at playing stupid. So I could, avoid frontline fighting. And I could tell you what's going on from the inside.
I appreciate that. And if you do decide to join, then, of course, like, I would love to know what's happening, but I care more about you being safe than I do about knowing what's happening on the inside.
I mean, generally speaking, I feel like in any given situation, I'm gonna be kind of safe just because at this point he just like flexes his muscles a bit.
I think Rohan like chuckles a little. Like, fair enough.
I think you put me in a suit of iron armor and nothing short of a cannon's gonna really put me down. I mean, unless they get a jump on me, like, last night I heard somebody come at me and they busted a chair over my head. It can't hurt.
Yeah. I think the other thing to think about, and look, if, I think regardless of what I think about this man, fighting the Umbrai is probably a good goal. I mean, obviously, like, I don't think I'm not like pro Umbrai or anything, but something to think about is that you can be a man on the inside, but if you're sent on a mission and you're given an order, you're going to have to do what they say. And I think my point is that probably the orders that this man is giving are not gonna be.
So look, why aren't you just telling everybody then? I mean, they are good people and they're fighting on behalf of this guy who's evil, apparently.
Because we only have our word, and he's already wielding a great deal of influence, a great deal of power.
And I'm a criminal, so I think push comes to shove, people are going to take his word over mine. And I mean, I would take his word over mine if I were in somebody else's situation.
So what? We're just supposed to let this guy do his thing?
I don't know.
What happens to the city?
Right now,
like, what's his goal? Is he trying to, capture more people, torture them or something?
I know that he took down the group of what he calls bandits. It seems like
those rebels who were fucking anti-Brayland or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe that's what they were. I've only heard rumors, basically, so I don't know. But I don't know what his goal is. I have personal reasons for assuming that there's no, whatever his goals are, they're probably not good goals, but that's my bias. You know, I can't put that on anyone else. And as far as what we should do about it, I mean, I would love to do something about it, but right now I can't even walk out of the front door without probably getting arrested. So I think it's, you know, when we have some more power or freedom or something, maybe we can think about it. But right now, like, we don't have any leg to stand on to do anything. I mean, at least we don't. If you know, you're powerful, you are a good person. If you, I don't know, if you have an idea, then I won't.
I don't know. I
block you off.
mean, how am I supposed to know what's a good idea at this point? Honestly, I mean, it all just seems really fucking confusing now. And more than anything, I mean, where do we go with all this? You tell me all of this stuff, and then I'm just supposed to sit on it? Not do nothing?
You can do what you want. I'm not.
Well, obviously I could do what I want. I just mean, morally, I'm not supposed to do nothing?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not like. I think Mira will tell you very explicitly, I'm no moral arbiter of what's good and bad.
Well, I mean, if this guy's so bad that he holds people prisoner, and what'd you say, he tortured you or something?
Well, yeah, I mean, he
Why
was.
not kill him? Not everyone can be bad within his ranks. Eventually, you get somebody good up top, right?
I glance at Streak and like raise an eyebrow, like, that's what I'm saying.
Streak has his face in his hand and is just slowly shaking his head.
I look back at Magnus and I'm like, you know, the thought has crossed my mind. Let's say that.
But if you can turn the bad into something good, that's good. Maybe I should just work my way up to being trusted, and I could kill him and be in charge of the Soldiers of the Blue. I might do a shitty job, but, you know, at least I'm not evil. At least I'm not capturing people and torturing them.
Oh, I would trust you to lead the Soldiers of the Blue any day.
Oh, I wouldn't trust myself to, like, lead a dog to a piss. Honestly, I'm surprised you all trusted me to make a breakfast that tastes good.
It's great.
Don't lie to me.
I mean,
it's good.
I'm not lying,
at
but
best.
also I live on the road and eat, like, hardtack or whatever, so anything would taste good to me, but...
Oh, yeah, that's fair. I've never had hardtack. I hear it. I hear it's pretty shit, honestly.
Do you want to have some?
No, I don't. Rowan, thank you, Mr. Rowan.
Yeah, I don't know, man. What are you supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? I don't know. Right now...
Well, I mean, Mr. Frey's pretty smart, and I mean... I'm sure Miss Mira, you know, she's come a bit out of it today, what with all the shit that happened, but... You know, Mr. Frey, you're very, very wise and know a lot of things, and you're worldly. What would you do?
Honestly, I would lay low and wait and see what happens. Sometimes you need to be patient, wait for the right opportunity. But also, I know that, at least back in Alistair, before I was around all of you all, I probably wouldn't have done anything about someone like Adeline. He'd be beyond the sort of contacts I would make, the sort of people that I had to work with.
Yeah.
Oh, well, fuck. Here I was thinking it was just a good option, but yeah, fuck him.
I mean, maybe it is. Look, I can't it's not just that I can't tell you what to do. It's like, I don't know what is and isn't a good option. You're a good person. Even if you were to go into this bad situation, maybe that's like, maybe you being a good person on the inside is a good thing. I truly don't know the answer. I'm not a good enough person to know the answer to this. I think I just wanted you to know all the information. I mean, I feel like we've been trying to sort of talk around why joining the Soldiers of the Blue is, you know, not an idea that we're thrilled about. And I just felt like I wanted to give you all the information, and then you can make your decision, and we support it.
I'll thank you for that. Fuck off. I think I gotta go do some thinking.
Yeah.
And he kind of like thinks for another second, and then he heads outside.
Yeah.
And then a second later, you see one of the soldiers doing the rounds, and he begins following him, and they start talking.
Wait, who begins following who? The soldier follows him?
No, he was following the soldier and then started talking to him.
Okay. Okay. Is Lorenza here?
She is.
Does she have an opinion about all this? I don't know. I assume she's just terrified about, like...
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I thought she was in the basement with Strig the whole time.
No, they came back
We all
up.
came back.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Wait, so, this Edelweiss, who is he exactly?
Well, he's a few different people.
Okay, no. Let's just go back. Who did you
Okay.
say he was?
Lord Toussaint?
Lord
In-
Toussaint.
Yes. In my life, that's who he was.
And he was, and she kind of just motions outside. He was, like, Chlorian?
Yes. I think that's correct, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yes. Yes, he is Ray Chlorian. Yeah. That is correct.
Strig, we can't fucking do this. Can't give a fucking Ray Chlorian warlord a weapon like this.
Yeah, no, probably not.
Fuck, Strig. Fuck.
I think we should throw it into the ocean.
Rowan is just like in his mind. I guess Garrett would hear this. Rowan is like such a stupid consideration, but Rowan's like, I really want the mana in it. Like, I can't do that. Like, I don't know how to extract it, but like, I really wish we could keep it so that I could get the mana in it. But you know,
How do
I'm
we
not
get it
gonna
out
be
to
like,
the ocean?
It's right there.
Oh, just
And he
throw
kind of
it
like
in-
gestures vaguely towards the direction of the docks.
And then what happens when someone fishes it up off the docks?
I don't know, wouldn't the currents carry it away or something? And Ray is just kind of like shrugging helplessly, like this is not his area of expertise.
No, there's usually aren't a ton of currents in the dock area. I mean, you have a bit of a tide that comes in and out, but like if you wanted to get it like gone, you've got to travel out to sea a little bit.
Well, I suppose there's an idea. I did say that perhaps we could get a ship out of here.
is getting rid of it the best option?
My fucking plan as of last night was to fucking hope we could find it and sell it. That was what me and Strig were going to do. Sell it back to the Soldiers of the Blue. I mean, fuck. Strig, why can't things be easy? Fuck!
Nothing's easy.
As I may or may not have mentioned previously, I don't know a ton about magic items, but if we were able to remove the mana from the item, would that not render it inert?
I believe so.
That's how it works.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I can't do that. Like, I don't.
You
Above the
might
table,
not-
that's like a whole foci that like you have to take at some point, according to Robert. So I don't have
you
that.
might
but,
not be able to, but maybe there's someone who can.
Aren't you trying to go to the big fancy magic school? Wouldn't they know how?
Yeah, but are we gonna take this
Downside
with
is
us
we'd
all
have
the way
to
to
keep
Arta
this the whole
Vista?
time.
Yeah. I mean, if we're doing that, like, that's fine, but
Hey, maybe if we run into another one of those tree things.
yeah. I mean,
There
honestly,
is
that's
the
a good point.
possibility that we burn to death if we use it, though.
I mean, if
Unclear
you get
how it works.
caught in it, yeah. Yeah, we don't even know like how it works, if it has an activation phrase,
Yeah.
sequence rune thing. I think we're better off just getting rid of this thing. You know, we don't. It's dangerous to have around because we don't know what sets it off, or if how you set it off determines whether you're caught in it or not.
I have like a dumb question.
I feel
there
like
like a-
go ahead. I'll add mine afterwards and hope that
Okay.
Alex doesn't get upset.
My dumb question is there like a this is gonna be really stupid, so just bear with me. Is there like a mana compartment in like a magical item? You know?
No, it is imbued into the item.
Okay, so it's not like I could just be like, all right, we'll just cut this little case out and throw the rest of it away. All right, fair enough. Okay.
So at this point, Miro would just be like, so I could take a look at it and see what it can do. I could try.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I hand it over, assuming I still have it, I think.
I do apologize, Alex, if that's not... I feel like that's what Miro would do. I'm sorry. And she kind of like looks at it for a moment and focuses and sets it down and opens her eyes again and stares, and her eyes kind of narrow, and then after a moment they get wide, and she's just got this look of confusion, and oh boy, she gets to make a wisdom magic check to get a more sophisticated well,
Oh, I can't like give her advantage, like the help action or something.
not for that.
Damn.
It's some sort of prison for something. It's holding something in it. And she kind of like gets close and points to the crack, and it wants out. That seems
fuck.
bad.
Oh, fuck.
Frey scoots back from the table.
I mean, it seems pretty empty. Did whatever it was get out last night?
I think it might be something invisible, but how is it not getting out with the crack? Like, if there's a crack in it.
She just shakes her head. It's still in there, whatever it is.
Yeah, I guess there's some kind of like abjurative magic or something that's keeping it in. Okay. Well, yeah, we probably don't want to let it out. Yeah, I don't know. Open to ideas. Throw it in the ocean. Is that the leading option right now? Bury it somewhere.
If something
Is there?
wants out, then what? How do we keep it in?
I mean, it's in right now, right?
She just nods. Magnus is...
time
Oh, wait, Magnus
being.
isn't here.
I guess we don't have to keep it in. Something's already keeping it in. We just have to keep anyone from stopping it from being kept in.
Have we thought about just throwing it off a cliff and smashing it?
that seems like a bad idea given that this thing wants out explicitly, so I feel like if we're gonna do that, we could just break it here.
Well, I'm just thinking there might be a lot of fire that comes out of it.
Sure. But like we could just throw it over, I don't know, a fence or something if we wanted to, but is there anyone, like any group or singular person or anything, who we think should have this? Like, should have this power?
I mean,
okay.
not specifically that I can think of. Maybe the mages at the school in Arta Vista, but
Yeah. Frey, did you have something?
Yeah. After hearing those screams last night, should anybody have that kind of power?
Yeah. Okay. We need to get rid of it. We need to do it without letting out whatever's inside of it.
well, could we charter a boat from that captain that we met earlier? And then while we're traveling downriver, because this isn't even the ocean, this is just a big wide river here that we're on the shore of. Chuck it out, over the, well, no, it's a sea. It's a Vaudois Island Sea. It's big enough, yeah. Maybe chuck it into the Vaudois Island Sea while we're traveling down it.
We don't even need the captain. Lord of Innovation already offered me as much.
True.
I'm just gonna throw this out there. Hypothetically, Cassie and Molly are still supposed to meet us here. So, you could decide what you want to do with that, but
Well, do we know when they're arriving?
I think today, because it was 3 days after the full moon. I mean, they would leave from Alice after the full moon, and that was about 3 days ago, which is about to travel, I think. So,
Well, we and he looks over at Garrett for confirmation. Well, we don't want to leave right away anyway. It would, make us look rather suspicious, like we're fleeing the crime.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. We don't want to leave right now anyways.
yeah. Okay. Cool.
Did we ever solve the money thing with this house either? And also, didn't you have a guy that we kind of needed to deal with? I feel like there's been a lot going on.
The money thing is solved indefinitely, I guess. They are covering the loans on the presumption that the Guarantee's father still works for the Blades, and if he does still work for the Blades, then everything's Gucci. But yeah. Assuming, I mean, if he doesn't work for the Blades, then there's more of an issue, but for now, they should be good. Yeah, Frey's person, Emmett, I think. That I don't know about, so.
I don't know what I can do for him besides, well, do what I do best, I suppose.
That or the guy you wanted me to kill.
Oh, I mean, I don't know if we can get to him now. It seems like that's a wash, maybe. I feel like there is enough heat on all of us and you specifically that I don't think you assassinating the leader of the biggest army in town is going to be a good idea. So it's fine.
I mean, no, but... And he just kind of, like, gestures at the lamp.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not going to talk you out of killing him, so, you know.
I'm not... That's not what I meant.
That's not... I would love for him to be dead, so it's really...
At this point...
It just seems like a bad idea.
At this point, Lorenza... Well, I'm going to talk you out of killing him, because that is insane. Streak, we are so close to actually getting out. Isn't that what you've wanted? You escaped, and you've been running in fear for how long? Your entire life? You have nothing to worry about now. We just need coin, and we can live wherever, doing whatever we want. It starts now. Let's not put a fucking target on your back, Streak.
I think there's already a pretty big one.
From who?
From the other me!
So we leave and we're done. No more deal hunting you. No more deal hunting me. No more
It's weird
Papa.
to think about.
Nothing. It's done. Let's take the other Streak sacrifice. Accept that he wanted us to be free of this. Let's not follow him down that path. He could be done. And she kind of... Artavishta! We could go there. We could retire there. Fucking Alasir! And she motions to Frey. We can hit Alasir and be done. We can go anywhere we want.
Like, that's
little
not
bit of
going to
coin.
Alasir. There are some people mad at us in Alasir now.
She kind of just gives this slow blink. Let's...
Rohan suddenly looks super guilty.
Let's not...
It's a long story, but Artaviste, you'd be certainly welcome there.
That's where we were going before the shit show started up again, so yeah.
So let's just do that.
Let's go.
Take the lamp with us and we'll get rid of it whenever we can.
Are we
Reasonable?
waiting for Cassie and Molly to show up?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it should be today or tomorrow. I mean, hopefully today, so I guess we'll... I mean, maybe we need to go to the docks and arrange for a ride anyway, so...
Now...
Actually, question, like, would traveling over land still be, like, the fastest way to get to where we're trying to go? Or is there, like...
So, if you went by sea, I would need to get the exact time, but you could get all the way to Milo Harbor?
Yeah, that would cut off a big chunk of the overland, and on sea, you kind of go quicker than just by going overland.
Yeah, you're going 6 miles an hour pretty much all day on average.
Yeah.
Where's Milo Harbor? I'm missing this.
It's over here. It's if you go down the coast and then kind of up into like the equivalent of the bladder of the area.
Yes, I see it. Okay.
And then from there it's basically just a straight shot north to Artaviste.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
that's
you're
not
looking
bad.
at, like, it would be... like, 7 days from Fortuny Sol to Milo Harbor.
Okay, that's not that bad.
Much better than walking.
Yeah.
And then you
But
just
I
have to do
can-
the... Oh, I'm sorry, continue.
I can speak with Lord Brightdrant about arranging that.
Cool. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I guess if you're going to the docks or whatever, then I can also go check on Cassie and Molly, see if I hear anything else.
So,
And then-
as another morning dawns, and you guys start to get a plan about what happens next, with Deal hopefully firmly in your rearview mirror, and a number of new questions cropping up, with that seeming problem of almost endless... It's like your issues are a hydra. For every one that is dealt with, 2 more appear. And this is no different, as you finally see a light at the end of the tunnel, and Strieg feels something close to safe, at least compared to the day before. But now, what happened to Molly and Cassie? What do you do about the Soldiers of the Blue? What's going on with this magical lantern? This oil lamp that has seemingly caused undue torture and despair. Where do you go from here? A question that has plagued this group even when they can see their goal ahead of them. And it is one that will plague us for yet another week, as the late morning sun casts in off of the entryway foyer. A couple of Soldiers of the Blue patrolling your home for someone by Strieg's description. The Guaranteed residence still aflutter with activity. As we go ahead and end tonight's session. Oh boy, oh boy.
Ooh.
I'm certainly enjoying the irony of me saying, and Rohan's like, I cast Fireball. And
Yeah.
that's exactly what Doppelstreak does.
Yeah.
And Frey with the tiny fireball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, it was so funny when you guys were playing to frame him, and I'm like, oh my god, if you guys do this, please don't do this tonight. Please don't do this tonight. There's already shit that's going on tonight. And then you guys did it, and then shit happened tonight.
Oh my gosh.
It worked out fine, I guess.
But hey, Shriek being there got you guys the lamp, which you wouldn't have even noticed if it weren't for Shriek, so that made me happy.
Yeah.
Oh, any theories about the weird lamp? The weird genocide lamp or something?
I
As
mean,
the
what
phrase
theories do we
goes.
need? It's a genocide lamp.
I love Lamp.
I guess what's trapped inside it. I mean, I assume it's some kind of spirit or something.
There's a
oh, shit.
genie in my lamp.
Maybe it's
Great.
the thing that had Strieg. But anyway.
Whatever it is, Frey does not want to touch it.
Oh, come on, Frey.
Just a little
Your
touch.
magic hands.
No, he only expects bad things from it.
I feel like that's true of everything Frey interacts with these days.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Frey's touching dead things to find out how they died. I mean,
we need to get Frey some gloves. Frey is like Rogue from the X-Men.
Oh my
Just-
god. Yeah, that's accurate. Ooh, he could have some nice stylish gloves.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he doesn't have gloves yet, honestly.
Well, he
Yeah.
does card tricks. He can't. Gloves would fuck that up so bad.
they would.
When he's trying to be
Yeah.
dexterous and show off his perfectly placed cards while he's predicting someone's future.
He also
Just
really
keep the-
likes his rings. He has a lot of rings.
Well, I mean, just keep the gloves looped through your belt, and then when you need to touch something to specifically feel their psychic resonances, then you can put them on.
I'm sorry, did you just tell the very stylish Frey to just wear fucking gloves on his belt? Like some sort of construction worker?
People with gloves on your belt could be cool.
Yeah.
But
you've
also,
never-
why would he put on the gloves when he needs to do the emotional? That's exactly when he would take them off.
That's a good point.
Uh,
I retract my statement.
So we can level up to level 4 now, right?
What did you do this session that you think would justify level 4?
We've done so much. You need to put us in combat if that's the only way we're going to level up.
No,
Damn.
it's not the only way you're gonna level up.
We're
But I
doing
did
milestone
tell you
leveling.
you got level 3 early as a Christmas present.
Yeah.
Just want to be able to do more stuff.
We're doing milestone leveling.
Yeah, it's narrative leveling. And
Yeah.
narratively...
What other milestones can we possibly have?
Here's
in
the
store
awkward
for
thing
us?
about narrative leveling is the fact that when the narrative slows down like it has right now, you guys have, like, every session is so dense, and it's like, it's months in real life, but days in game
Yeah.
is the big awkward part of it.
So, I mean, like, obviously, the next big moment is getting to Art of Vista. Everything else between then, like, it doesn't count for leveling. It's when we get to Art of Vista.
I mean, you say that, but, like, you guys defeating the tree wasn't, like, a big goal of yours, but I still gave you a level off of it.
Well, yeah, because we blew up a crow.
See, so okay, how about that? You kill fucking Henrietta, get level 4. See what Henrietta thinks of the lamp.
Yeah, kill intelligent beings, get leveled up.
Just want more powers.
I was gonna say, no one said no. We're not killing Henrietta.
I'll do it.
I like that you're like, I need more powers when your powers are already so comically powerful.
Yeah.
But they're
I
not
feel like I don't have enough options, you know?
You
not comically
infiltrated a
powerful enough.
fucking company and pilfered their entire goddamn records.
I mean, it was all useless in the end. They burned each other to death.
but
I mean, we couldn't have known that would happen.
I
yeah,
know.
it
No, I
would
know.
have been
It was-
useless if they hadn't done that.
I know.
Also, you
I
guys
mean,
got some very interesting information that might come forth later. I'm not actually sure.
It's I don't think it's that, like, I don't feel powerful, I guess. It's just that I feel like I don't have a lot of options. Like, there's not a lot of flexibility. It's just like, okay, is this an invisibility thing or a disguise thing is like my whole thing, you know? That's like, alright. That's fine.
I mean,
guess.
you also have fucking serfdom. It could be and you have mind reading. You have 4 of, like, the most useful spells on the planet.
I think the serfdom thing is cool, but has come in handy not that much because
I think the mind reading's definitely more
I
helpful.
mean more recently at least.
Yeah.
I think it is useful in like combat especially, but I think the one thing with serfdom is that if it fails, then that's like a spell slot gone for the day and you got nothing out of it. So it feels, you know.
No, I
Ooh.
gotcha. No, it is. I will be completely honest with you. It is on the horizon. Like, I feel like I know when you guys are gonna level up. It's just a matter of when you get there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm whining. I don't pay any attention to it. It's fine. I just need to whine so I feel like I'm, I don't know, doing something.
Yeah.
Quick question. How often are you out of spell slots before we get into combat because we use them as like utility things that happen prior to combat?
I mean, I guess most of them.
Okay.
'Cause-
No, I'm just wondering, like, because I know there's been some times where like we've used like all your spell slots, and then it's like, oh well, I guess I'm just gonna crossbow things.
Yeah. Because like when we did the harpies, I had to use like Quicken or whatever to get us across the gorge. So
That's
think I
right.
was
So
out
that
of it
was
by
we
then.
had that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I did
That's
invisibility.
that's
and
another
that.
good spell.
Yeah, that one is good. that one's I think really useful in very niche circumstances, and I really liked picking that one up. That one felt really good, so I do like that one a lot. Yeah, the
You
like
just want that
iris or whatever.
palindrome, the floaty thing that you can put stuff on and it'll
Palanquin
float.
of the Jade
Oh,
Palanquin. Yeah.
Yes,
I mean, if we're getting
palindrome.
this ship, then I guess I don't need it. But I I would love to just have like an absurd amount of spell slots so that I could pick up stuff like that. Just be like, fuck it, we're doing a palanquin today. Can relax on our trip. Yeah, I think it's fun. I guess it's maybe even more than like spells and stuff. I guess. Wait, actually, question for Robert is like the foci about like extracting mana. Is that a thing I could take like the next time I get a foci, or is it
Yeah.
like okay?
Yeah,
Okay.
you can take it.
I don't think I get one until level 5 anyway, but you know.
I think it's 1, 2, 4, 7, 10.
I think I get an art at 4, but I don't.
I might be thinking of
know if I
arts.
do. Yeah.
But don't worry, there are always more. Hey, also, yeah, there are more spells on the horizon. You got enlarged limbs.
That's true. I still don't know what that's about. I gotta
Yeah, it's
use
a
it
weird
more.
spell, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that'll be really fun in combat, like to experiment with. It just feels like a waste to do it
Or
before
during
then.
a chase. Didn't you tell me you had a plan for like during a chase?
Yeah, I do. Yes. I was telling Robert that I really want to use enlarge limbs on somebody and just enlarge one of their legs so that they can't do anything. They're just
Right.
like,
So they're trying to run away from us, and you're just like, enlarge leg.
yeah.
And then
just
they're running at
What's
half
going
speed, but they can
on?
fucking kick you like nobody's business.
Yeah.
How would they kick? The leg would be so large they wouldn't
No, they'd
able
be
to
kicking you
swing
with
their
the other
leg.
one. Yeah.
How can she kick? How can she kick?
I feel
God.
like even half speed is like, how are they moving half speed? Crawling, I guess.
I was imagining hopping on one foot.
Just imagine, like, now
Great.
you've got Stretch Armstrong over here. Just like, I got regular arms and...
Yeah.
Does it necessarily need to be a limb, or could you give someone like a really fat ass?
It does need to be a limb.
Damn.
What about
Is
a
there
third
stuff
leg?
about that spell that I haven't figured out yet?
I think so.
Okay.
I don't remember off the top of my head, and I already closed out all my notes, so
Yeah.
that's a question for later.
Yeah. Fair. Okay, cool. It's fun. It's all fun. I like it.
I was
Yeah.
thinking about, like, what if you cast enlarge limb on, like, Henrietta's tail?
For what purpose? Just cause?
Because, or, like,
so she could spin it like a propeller to go faster in water.
So we can take off. We can fly to Erdevista on
You have to
Henrietta's
sit
back.
her backwards, and her ass becomes the fucking front of the fucking plane.
Absolutely.
Oh.
we build some wings for her and just...
Oh. All of the wrong brothers over here. Oh hey, I can finally put the Doppelstreak token in the retired folder now.
Yeah, that account's been closed.
R.I.P. Gertie.
Yeah. Did you have
For
a name
Gertie.
for him?
Yeah, we just made that up.
Like, was there a name that we could have figured out, or like, was it truly like lost to the sands of time or whatever?
I know what his name was, but he didn't, and I don't think there was a scenario where it would come out. Like, I think the only scenario would be if you guys like captured Papa's and like fucking like tortured him or something.
Yeah.
If you were like, I want to know his name because I want him to come back. Yeah, like, where is he? Where's Rachel? All that. Oh, let me see if I can pull it up. I don't remember where I put it.
feel
I'm
like-
gonna go to bed now. Good
What
night.
a night.
Thank you
What
for
a
the
night.
Have a
session.
good night.
Oh, next week, maybe something happens.
Like nothing happened this week.
And nothing happened last week. Oh, God.